Close your eyes, let the sound of the ocean hold you, and rest. Tonight we move through the book of Revelation as a constellation of visions, meant not to frighten, but to steady the heart with hope. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from? Share your city or country in the comments so we can see how wide this circle of peace really is. Now settle your breathing, slow in, slow out, and let the waves carry us into the story. Night lays soft over the island, a dark cloth rinsed with starlight. The rocks keep their old shapes. The gulls have given their last cry. And the sea breathes with the patience of a creature that has always known what to do. Salt rides the air, fine as dust. John sits where the wind has carved a seat out of basalt, the robe he mends by day gathered around his knees, the calluses on his hands remembering nets and mornings before exile. He has learned the footprints of lizards that skim across the stone at noon. He has learnt the taste of silence that is not empty. He has learned to count the churches by memory in the dark, naming each one like a loved face seen across a crowded room. He prays in the way he was taught by a voice that once laughed beside a lake and broke bread that never seemed to run out. He prays with the rhythm of the tide. On the day set apart for worship, he listens more carefully, as if the world itself is a sanctuary and the doorway is somewhere just to his left. He inhales and the sea comes closer. He exhales and it recedes. He feels for the small thread of peace that usually hides under the larger cloth of worry. And tonight he finds it sooner than he expects. He does not know yet that the world will soon enlarge around him, as if a wall has been folded down and an open sky placed where stone used to be. The sound comes first, clear and bright. A voice behind him like a trumpet, not shrill but precise, the way morning light lands on a single window and makes the entire house look awake. He turns because every cell in his body knows that turning is the only right response. The sea seems to stand still between pulses. The night gathers itself, and there before him burn 7 lamps. They do not sputter. They do not fear the wind. Their circles of gold overlap until all the shadows between them are thinned. In the centre someone stands, not a stranger, not a memory, something older and nearer than either. His robe falls to his feet. A sash glints at his chest. The hair on his head holds the white of winter without the chill, eyes like coals that warm a room rather than scorch it. His feet shine like the inside of a furnace in a blacksmith's shop, strength that has passed through fire and learned wisdom there. When he speaks, the air rearranges around the sound, and John hears the shore answer in its own speech, many waters agreeing. John's knees forget their work, and he sleeps face down on the stone without sleeping, surrendered by awe. The first thing he feels is a hand on his shoulder, steady, human, the weight familiar in a way that unknots the rope around his heart. The voice bends toward him and says what every frightened soul needs most. Do not be afraid. I am the beginning. I am the end. I am the one who was alive before your fears learned their names. And I am the one who will still be here after they forget them. I hold the keys to things you thought were locked forever, the doors of death and the rooms beyond it, and nothing keeps me out. Rise. He does not rise in a single motion. Age has taught him to move with patience, but he does lift his face from the stone, and he looks again. In the right hand of the one before him, he notices 7 stars, not cold, not distant, held like small promises. From the mouth of the speaker flashes a sword, not made for cruelty, but for truth that slices lies cleanly from the world around them. The face shines like noon, and yet John's eyes are not hurt. He has never seen light be both honest and gentle like this. He thinks of the churches again, Ephesus and Smyrna, Pergamum and Thyatira, Sardis and Philadelphia and Laodicea, and it occurs to him that 7 lamps do not need 7 winds to keep them alive. They need one presence moving among them with care. He smells the olive oil in the imagination of the scene, and he understands that this vision includes the smell of cooking and the warmth of bread. Comfort that sits down at tables and asks ordinary questions. Right, the voice says, and the word drops into him with the weight of obedience that is not heavy, only sure. Write what you see. Write what is. Write what will be later. The command is clear, and beneath it is a tone he has heard only a few times in his life. An intimacy that makes duty feel like a gift. The lamps are churches, the stars are messengers. The one walking among them is not a warden counting failures, but a shepherd counting presence. Every flicker is noticed. Every dimness is tended. Where the wick has curled and struggles to pull oil, it will be trimmed with tenderness. Where the flame licks too high and threatens to smoke the ceiling, it will be steadied. Nothing is ignored. John remembers nights in Galilee when storms rose without warning, when moonlight shattered on black water, and voices on the boat shook with a fear that felt like prophecy. He remembers a man asleep on a cushion amid the flailing, a man who woke and spoke to wind as if to a child that needed a hug more than a scolding. Be still. The wind quieted because it recognized the one who had first taught it how to move. The water calmed because it remembered its original lesson. John feels a cousin of that calm walk into his bones now. The sea of Patmos keeps breathing its wide breath. He matches the pace and discovers there is suddenly more space inside his chest than he thought possible. The one before him names the churches with the precision of a doctor who has read the charts and also knows the family by first names. First love that has cooled will be warmed. Fear that has learned to build altars will be asked to stand down. Doors that have been shut by human hands will be opened by stronger ones. And when the door opens, no one will be able to close it. The voice does not flatter. It does not bruise for the sport of it. It invites return. And return here means joy, not shame. Those who are tired will be given a white stone with a new name on it. Some promise that fits only them. Those who have grown proud will be invited back to the humility that lifts. Those who are poor in the world will learn they are rich in a currency that does not rust. Each sentence is a lamp trimmed. Each line is oil replenished. John notices his own heartbeat, a quiet drum that has kept time through decades. He thinks of friends he has buried and friends scattered across the world, some in cities, some in caves, all carrying the same flame. He wonders how many felt alone that afternoon, how many went to the market and kept their eyes lowered, how many came home and prayed with sighs because words were stuck in their throats. He feels a kindness flood him on their behalf, and he is grateful that he gets to be a witness to this, that he will have words to send to them that are not merely his own. The hand on his shoulder tightens just slightly, as if to seal the awareness in. The figure walks among the lampstands without haste. The hem of his robe gathers none of their soot. Where the light hesitates, he leans closer, not to intimidate, to encourage. He does not put out the smoking wick. He cups it with his palm and his breath, and it steadies. John watches and learns that judgment, when it comes from this mouth, is not a wrecking ball. It is a gardener's pruning, a surgeon's careful incision, mercy shaped like correction, so that life can be more alive. He feels no urge to hide. He feels no compulsion to defend himself. He simply lets the gaze find him. When the eyes land on him, they see through and through, and instead of terror, he experiences recognition. "You are John," they say without words, "the one who leaned against me at supper, the one who stayed at the foot of the cross when others ran, the one who will keep writing even when ink is scarce. You are still that one. I am still myself." Between us lies promise. The sky above the lamps holds a depth that John has never noticed. It is as if the open door he will later describe is already cracked, a draft of another world threading into this one. Voices that are not voices hum at the edge of hearing. They are not impatient. They are not in a rush to be understood. The sea finds a new pattern, a quiet syncopation, and the insects that wake at night enter the rhythm as if they were part of the same choir. Everything feels inhabited. Everything feels steadied. The stones under his knees, which should be hard, feel almost like flesh, like the palm that rests on him. "Right," the voice says again, not because John is reluctant, but because repetition turns task into prayer. He tastes the shape of the future on his tongue, and it is strange and familiar at once. He will see a scroll sealed and then opened. He will see earthquakes and angels, bowls and trumpets, beasts and a city that glitters wrong before it falls. He will see a river and trees whose leaves are good for the healing of nations. But none of those scenes frighten him now, not here in the first room where the lamps throw their constant light and the presence moves without hurry. This is the ground. This is the key. Whatever he writes will be coloured by this beginning, the hand, the voice, the steadying. The one before him names himself in a way that gathers centuries into a single breath. I am alive. I was dead. I am alive forever. John hears the audacity of it and feels relief rather than offence. Death does not get to keep its last word. The keys hang in that right hand with the stars, and they are not ornamental. They are used. Locks will click open. Tombs will become rooms with windows and doors. Grief that became a house will be renovated into a porch where neighbours sit at dusk and tell old stories until the sky goes quiet. On the edge of vision, John senses the 7 cities again, their streets and courtyards, their ovens and workbenches, their arguments and their lullabies. He thinks of the people he has loved and is still loving, some with strong faith, some with a thin thread they refuse to let go of. He imagines this light travelling to them, not like lightning that scorches the path, but like dawn that pulls up on the horizon and makes everything it touches honest. He sees a widow in Smyrna counting coins and hearing the sound of hope anyway. He sees a merchant in Thyatira remembering integrity and turning down quick profit. He sees a small gathering in Philadelphia praying with their backs straight because they know a door has opened for them that no powerful neighbour can shut. He sees Ephesus remembering first love and finding joy again in simple obedience, the kind that smells like freshly baked bread and soap on a clean floor. The hand lifts from his shoulder, not to leave him, to invite him further in. John steadies his breathing, then steadies it again, and makes the first marks in his mind. The letters will come, the visions will unfold. But for now, he lets the image of the lamps sink into him. 7 circles of gold light, overlapping until they seem like one sea of flame. The one among them still looks at him with eyes that hold both fire and water, sharpness and mercy, and John learns that he does not have to choose between them. The sword that speaks truth can be a comfort because it frees. The light that exposes can be a consolation because it guides. He closes his eyes to rest them and finds that the picture does not leave. It has printed itself on the inside of his eyelids, an icon that will not fade. The wind moves a little, the lamps shift hardly at all, and the waves keep telling their one true story. He sees the old fisherman who still lives in him, the exile who sits on stone and counts days, the disciple who leaned close, and he understands that all of them are being gathered into someone more whole. The present standing in the midst has not come to scold him into a new self, but to name the self that was already being made from the first call by the shore of Galilee. Follow me. Night deepens without feeling heavy. The stars over Patmos seem nearer. Somewhere in the grass, a small creature decides it is safe to move. John opens his eyes, and for one more long moment, he looks. The lamps do not waver. The one who stands among them does not blur. If fear approaches at the edges, it is ushered out again by the same hand that touched his shoulder, the hand that once broke bread and offered fish, the hand that took a little girl by the wrist and brought her back to laughter, the hand that washed his feet and taught him to recognize love by the way it kneels. Do not be afraid. The sentence is a tide. It rolls in. It rolls out. It leaves a clean shore behind. When he finally lowers his head and lets his body lean back into the stone, he does not feel alone. The island is a chapel now. The sea is an instrument. The lamps burn quietly and will keep burning. He knows what he must do when morning comes. He will write to each beloved heart exactly what he has heard. He will tell them that they are seen. He will tell them that there is a presence walking their hallways that belongs in a throne room, yet chooses their simple rooms without embarrassment. He will tell them that every trembling can be held, that every small flame matters, that every door the world has tried to shut can be opened from the other side. He will tell them that the beginning and the end has stepped into the middle and made it holy. He will tell them that even on an island far from home, the home has found him. The sea breathes again, and he breathes with it. The night does not unspool. It rests, and he rests inside it, and the first chapter of the vision glows like a coal that will heat the rest of the book. Before the dark thins, the voice returns with the patience of tide and the clarity of dawn. Write to the hearts that carry these lamps, the present says, and John feels the first letter form inside him, like breath before speech. He remembers streets and faces, market stalls and courtyards, doorways where friends once waved him in. The words come with the weight of truth and the touch of a hand on the shoulder. Each letter begins the same way inside him. I know you. Not as a ledger knows a number, but as a gardener knows each root by the give of the soil, as a mother knows the weight of a child when the child is sleeping. He begins to write. To the first community he remembers, the busy one, the church that learned to argue well and endured more than most. He writes about love that started like a bonfire and has cooled to embers under layers of good work. He can see them even now at their benches and in their shops, careful with doctrine, firm with boundaries, wise to counterfeit coins and counterfeit teachers. Their faith has a backbone. Their calendars are full with service. Yet the voice names what the calendar cannot carry. You have left your first love somewhere behind you while hurrying to defend it. John writes the directions that feel like a path home marked with small stones. Remember what it was like at the beginning, when prayer tasted sweet and even correction smelled like rain. Turn toward that tenderness. Do again the simple acts that kept the heart warm. Shared bread, unexpected generosity, listening until someone's fear emptied out and peace took its place. The warning is not a threat, but an honest statement about light. A lamp neglected will go out. A lamp tended will glow. The promise is a garden memory. There is a tree whose fruit tastes like forever, and those who return to love will eat from it without shame. John sees their faces in his mind. The woman who rises before the city to pray, the man who mends sandals and sings psalms while he stitches, and he writes like he is handing them back their own first laughter. To another church, poorer in coin, richer in courage, he writes with a gentleness that crouches to speak at eye level. He remembers their streets where soldiers' boots sound louder than vendors' calls. He remembers the names of the jailed and the days counted in tens like a small box of pain. The voice does not minimize what is coming. Some suffering will keep its appointment. But fear is not a lord here. You are rich, the letter says, not in the currency that tarnishes, but in a substance that grows more luminous when tested. Be faithful in the small space where you stand, even if the edge of that space is a cell or a hunger. A crown is being woven that no empire can confiscate. Death loses its sting in such faithfulness. Second deaths, the kind that look like meaninglessness and despair, cannot touch you. John pictures a widow wrapping bread in cloth for a neighbour who hides, a child learning a psalm before sleep, a man slipping a prayer into his breathing when he hears a key turn in the guard's hand. He writes as if each line can fit inside a pocket to be touched in the dark. To the church that lives under the long shadow of a throne not their own, John writes with the steadiness of one who knows how a city can say yes to the wrong king. He remembers the hilltop temple and the way its smoke used to ribbon into the sky. The peculiar pride that comes with living where decisions are made and power performs. You have held my name where it was costly, the letter says. You did not deny me even when a faithful one fell like a tree felled with many blows. Still, there is a subtle rot that must be named, teaching that blesses appetite as destiny, the small compromises that let idolatry in through the kitchen door, food shaped by altars that do not heal, beds warmed by desire that does not honour, the shrug that says, what does it matter if the heart is pointed correctly? It matters. It always matters. The sword that comes from the mouth is not for blood, but for lies. It cleaves confusion from truth, the way light divides night and morning. Yet even here, the promise arrives not like an axe, but like breakfast. Hidden manna for those who are hungry for the right food. A white stone with a name carved that only giver and bearer know. Intimacy deeper than public triumph. John thinks of a woman who chose to close her stall on festival days, even when it cost her. He thinks of a man who taught his sons to sing different songs. He writes like he is setting a table that will still be there when the next long day ends. To the guild city where dyes stain hands purple and contracts coil like rope on the docks, John writes with careful, working people words. He knows how pressure from colleagues can feel like fog. Breathe it long enough, and your own faith smells strange to you. There is someone among you, the letter says, who uses spiritual language to bless what breaks people, to turn desire into a sacrament of harm, to tell you that compromise is maturity and boundary is small-mindedness. Do not baptize manipulation and call it love. Do not take advantage and call it freedom. You who keep the simple way, hold it. Keep your hands on the plough. Endure without spectacle. The one who conquers here is anyone who refuses to call darkness light. Authority is not seized. It is given to the trustworthy, to those who can be trusted with their neighbour's gladness. The morning star rises to those who do not tire of doing good when good is boring. John sees a circle of women at a loom, talking honestly while the shuttle moves. He sees a man closing a ledger, body tired but conscience light. He writes promise like the first hint of dawn seen through a workshop window. To the city that has a reputation like a parade banner, alive, vibrant, important, John writes in a voice that lowers softly just before it firms. You have the name, you have the brand. People say you're a bright flame, the letter says, but the truth is quieter. There is a wick that needs trimming, a fire that survived on yesterday's oil. Wake. Remember the songs that first taught you how to breathe. Strengthen what is not yet dead. Do not mistake applause for health. Do not measure life by noise. A few among you have kept their garments clean, no display, no slogans, just faithful goodness. Their names are known, and yours can be too. The promise here is intimacy again, but of a different kind. A name confessed in a place you cannot buy your way into, spoken aloud in delight before the Father and the angels. A kind of public that actually matters. John thinks of a young man who cares for an old father in a back room, of a teacher who returns coins when an accounting error favoured her. He writes the wake-up call like a lullaby set in a major key that motivates rather than shames. To the small church with little strength and a door swung wide, John writes with a grin he cannot help. I have set before you an open door that no one can close, the letter says. And it is not the kind of door that admits celebrity. It is the kind that lets ordinary faithfulness cross into unexpected fruit. You kept my word when the wind rose. You did not toss aside my name when other names felt safer to carry. Hold what you have with your 2 hands. It will multiply. Those who scoff will learn the language of truth by watching you love. When pressure comes like noon heat, you will be kept. Not hidden away, but kept. The way a tree is kept by a river in drought. The promise lands like architecture. You will be a pillar in a place where God lives with people. Stable support for others to lean on. Carved with new names that sing identity into your bones. God's name, the city's name, my own new name. John sees a small room with a table that always seems to have another chair available. A door with a hinge that never sticks. He writes with the ease of blessing falling where it has long wanted to fall. And then to the clever, comfortable city that prides itself on self-sufficiency, the letter turns like a physician's honest diagnosis delivered with tears. You say you are rich, that you need nothing. Your homes are neat, your accounts balanced, your clothes fashionable, your ointments famous for healing eyes. But wealth can be a blanket that muffles your sense of cold, and you have not noticed the draught. You're lukewarm, neither the hot that heals nor the cold that refreshes. And the taste of such water makes even generous mouths want to spit. Buy from me, the voice says without irony, gold refined by fire, so you will have wealth that survives a storm. White garments, so your life is covered in a purity you do not have to pretend. Salve that truly heals your seeing, so you can recognize what is true and what is noise. I rebuke because I love. My correction is a doorbell, not a condemnation. I stand at your door and knock. If you hear me and open, we will eat together. Not a state banquet, but a shared meal, the intimacy you have been too busy to want. And if you overcome the narcotic of comfort, you will share my way of ruling the world, sitting with me where I sit, learning justice as a song you sing over your neighbourhoods. John thinks of cool water carried to a worker on a hot afternoon, of a doctor who treats the poor with the same hands she uses for the rich, of a tailor who measures carefully for someone who cannot pay. He writes with hope that burns hotter than complacency. Again and again the refrain walks through the letters like the undertow that keeps waves honest. If you have ears to hear, listen, really listen to what the Spirit is saying to the churches. Not to one church only, but to all, because each letter carries medicine the others need. The busy defenders of truth must borrow first love's warmth from those who suffer well. The suffering must borrow endurance from those who guard boundaries. The compromised must borrow hunger from those who kept their palates trained for manna. The proud must borrow quiet from the ones who do their good away from any stage. The small must lend courage to the big. The comfortable must borrow zeal from the steady. John writes like a man setting an exchange table where no one walks away with only what they brought. Between paragraphs, he looks up, and the lamps are untouched by the passing of time. The present still moves among them, the way a patient gardener moves through rows at dawn. He can feel the weight of these words on each city, and he can feel their tenderness like a warm cup held between 2 cold hands. He adds small details as memory gives them. A name here, a lane there, a way the afternoon light hits a wall in Thyatira and makes it glow as if dyed, the smell near the waterfront in Smyrna, the sound of sandalwood and leather and bargaining in Ephesus when the festival crowds swell. He does not write to ideas. He writes to people who cook and weep and hope and go to bed too late because the day was long. He closes each letter with the particular promise it carried, then notices how they braid together. To the one who returns to first love, there is fruit from a tree that has waited since the beginning. To the faithful poor, there is a crown that cannot be pawned. To those who refuse to eat at altars that starve the spirit, there is a secret bread and a secret name. To those who will not call harm holy, there is the morning star and a share in a justice that heals. To the awakened, there is white cloth and their names spoken in the only court that matters. To the small strong, there is a door in, a place to lean forever, and names that will never be scraped off. To the comfortable who learn to love again, there is a seat at the table, and then a seat beside the one who set the table for all. He underlines nothing. He trusts the Spirit to underline inside the reader. When he pauses, the sea is grey with the hint of morning. He realises his shoulders have lowered and his jaw has unclenched. Writing these letters has braided his own memories with hope. The very act feels like prayer that keeps its eyes open. He imagines these words travelling with couriers and whispers, crossing harbours, skirting patrols, being read in rooms where lamps smoke a little, because the wicks are low, being copied by careful hands and carried on again. He imagines a woman in Laodicea opening her door at an unexpected knock and finding her own hunger there to greet her. He imagines a boy in Sardis waking in the night and thinking of his name in a place he cannot picture and smiling into his blanket. He imagines a trader in Pergamum walking past a shrine without stopping, his stomach growling in a way that feels like victory. He imagines a pastor in Ephesus preaching shorter and visiting longer, remembering the first warmth. He imagines a widow in Smyrna touching a line in the letter like a talisman, and finding it turns into courage when she closes her hand. He looks at the lamps again and understands why each letter begins with, "I know." Without knowledge, correction becomes humiliation, and promise becomes fantasy. With knowledge, correction becomes safety, and promise becomes provision. The one among the lampstands knows. He knows the alleyways behind sanctuaries and the flaws in the mortar, the inside jokes and the secret fears, the shared meals and the empty chairs. He knows who slipped a coin quietly into a hand today and who needs a coin slipped into theirs tomorrow. He knows which leaders are tired and which are merely loud. He knows a deacon's faithful sweeping and a child's urgent prayer over a fever. He knows the sound of a doorbolt sliding home in fear and the sound of that same bolt sliding back in trust. Knowledge changes how the letters land. They land like home. The last line John writes is not last because it is small. It is last because it hums under everything with the power of a bass note the ear feels in the ribs. Whoever has ears, let them hear. He sets the stylus down. He lets his hands warm over the lamps with an old man's instinct for heat. The sky has taken on the pale colour of a promise kept. Somewhere on the island, a new day begins to stir birds into their thin music. He knows there is more to see. Doors, thrones, seals, trumpets, bowls, beasts, rivers, a city with gates propped open in every direction. But all of that will be read through these letters, through love recalled, courage confirmed, compromise named, sleep disturbed for good reasons, small strength honoured, comfort confronted, fellowship restored. He closes his eyes and prays for every name he can still remember, and for all the ones he cannot. For voices that will read these things long after his bones rest, and still find themselves recognised. He asks that the lamps would keep burning in wind and calm, in plenty and lean years, along quiet streets and crowded ports, beside altars made of wood, and beside kitchen tables scarred with knives. He asks that in every city, those he knows and those he will never know, the hearing will be accompanied by doing, and the doing will look like love. Then he lifts his head, listens to the sea breathe once more, and begins to ready the letters for their long, careful journey. The invitation comes like a tide turning, not a command that shouts, just a lift in the air that makes the heart sit up and listen. A door is there, where no door had been, standing open as if it had always belonged to that piece of sky. Come up here, the voice says, and the words do not yank him. They draw him the way morning draws colour out of the horizon. John does not feel his feet leave stone or his hands let go of anything. He only realises that distance has grown thin, like a veil held to the light until it goes translucent. Breath moves through him in a longer, calmer line. He is not leaving the world so much as stepping into the heart of it. There is a throne, but it is not the kind that makes shoulders hunch and stomachs knot. It is a still point, a centre around which everything else unhurriedly arranges itself, the way pebbles settle when water stops being shaken. Colour is the first language here, a brightness with depth, warmth that looks like stone lit from within, clear and red, and something like green folded into a ring so soft it feels like shade at noon. The ring falls around the throne the way a promise falls around a day, steady, not easily broken. Thunder speaks, but far enough away that it sounds like rain learning the land. Flashes thread the air and do not frighten. They are pulse more than warning, as if the life of the one at the centre sends out signals to every corner, and every creature answers in its own dialect. Before the throne 7 lamps burn with a patience that belongs to lovers and to watchmen. Nothing can surprise this light into panic. It does not gutter. The sea of glass lies before everything, not hard as ice, but calm like a lake that has convinced the wind to take a seat. It stretches wider than the mind can hold, yet the sight of it makes breath come easier. John thinks of waves and realises this stillness holds their story too. The rise and fall is here, but transformed into ease. Quiet is not absence, it is fullness that has learned to rest. Around the throne, the elders sit, 24 seats arranged like a circle of elders in a village where wisdom makes conversation instead of speeches. They wear white, but not as a performance. Their garments look like mourning folded into cloth, clean in a way that invites trust. Crowns rest on their heads the way a child's hand might rest in a parent's, light, glad, unafraid of being set down. Their faces are old and young at once, time gathered into the kind of beauty that grief refines and joy brightens. When they rise, it is not because protocol requires it, but because love does. They set their crowns down, The way you set a gift at the feet of someone you grew up admiring, with laughter more than solemnity. They do this again and again, as naturally as breathing. The cycle itself is peace. Receive, return, receive, return. Closest to the throne are living ones who do not fit into a single word. John tries, because language has always been his net, but the creatures keep slipping out, not to escape him, but to include more of what they are. One carries the gravity of a lion, noble, watchful, not hungry for prey, but awake to protect. One is like an ox, strength for work, patience for long fields and longer seasons, the steady willingness to pull whatever needs pulling. One shows a human face, understanding, memory, the capacity to recognize and be recognized. One moves like an eagle riding thermals, sight that travels farther than feet can, swiftness that never feels rushed. They are covered in eyes, which would be a terror if the eyes were hungry, but they are not. They are attentive, the way a midwife's eyes are attentive to the smallest signs of a child's readiness to breathe, the way a friend's eyes are attentive when you tell the truth you've been holding in. Nothing here is watched in suspicion. Everything is seen in care. Their song is continuous and yet never tired. It does not drown out other songs. It gathers them up, like a river that knows how to carry tributaries without losing its name. They call holiness what they see, because they cannot find a better word for unbroken goodness, for the beauty that does not need anything added to be fully itself. The sound of it is less a chant than a tide, less a performance than a pulse. When they sing, the elders rise, and when the elders set down their crowns, something like weather changes in the room. Gratitude becomes geography. John feels as if he is standing inside a single great breath that has been going on since before his small breath began. He looks again at the throne and the one who sits there. Language trembles, but it does not fail. The face is not described to him, because the seeing that matters is not the seeing of features. He sees steadiness that is alive. He sees presence that does not crowd. He sees joy that does not need an audience to be real. He understands, with a clarity that does not need to argue, that power is not a clenched fist here. It is an open hand. Justice is not a sword swung blindly. It is a gaze that makes crooked things embarrassed to stay crooked. Mercy is not a loophole. It is the policy of the place. The thunder answers, and the lamps answer, and the living ones answer, and the elders answer. And somewhere in all of it, John hears other answers weaving through, low and high, near and far. The way fish speak to each other in a reef no one has mapped yet. He hears shorelines. He hears deserts that have not seen rain yet but have learned to wait. He hears the small prayer of a child in a corner, the weary song of a worker coming home at dusk, the crackle of candles burning down to stubs on a kitchen table while someone keeps vigil. All of it is gathered without strain and offered upward, inward, outward, as if no direction is empty of God. Time here behaves differently, not because clocks stop, but because purpose saturates every moment. When the living ones call, the elders rise. When the elders rise, crowns fall. When crowns fall, gratitude speaks. When gratitude speaks, the air itself feels cleaner. Yet nothing is mechanical. The sequence is a dance learned by heart, and the heart that learned it is trustworthy. John realizes with relief that he does not have to make sense of everything he will yet see in order to belong to this rhythm. Belonging comes first. Understanding will grow inside it the way fruit grows inside a season. There are books here, somewhere beyond yet within, and there are histories and hopes and names that have been said aloud in love. He does not read them now. He does not need to. He knows suddenly that nothing true is forgotten in this presence. Nothing good is lost to the dark. Even tears have biographies here, honoured and comprehended and then wiped in a way that does not belittle them. He keeps breathing. The sea of glass keeps being itself. As he watches, one of the elders turns his face briefly toward John and smiles, not to draw attention from the centre, but to include John in the centre's attention. The smile says what the whole room says: you may rest. It also says you are needed, not as an atlas to hold up the world, but as a witness to remember the shape of peace when the wind out there tries to disguise itself as the main story. John lets the smile steady something that grief and exile had loosened. He notices light behaving like kindness. It lands where it is needed most, lingers where wounds have taught habits of flinching, warms without bleaching colour from anyone's skin or story. Shadows here are not threats. They are texture. They help the brightness be seen for what it is. He realises that the ring that looks like a rainbow keeps telling the first promise forward. No flood will have the last word, and he trusts it without needing to look for clouds. A small thing happens next that feels enormous. One of the elders, rising again, holds his crown a breath longer before setting it down, as if to remember every good thing that brought him here, every yes that cost, every apology given clean, every neighbour chosen over convenience. When he lays the crown down, the motion writes a sentence John can read. Nothing we offer is wasted, and nothing we keep back would have satisfied us anyway. The sentence feels like cool water against John's lips. It occurs to him that the door is still open. He looks toward it and finds no guard to bar his way, and no sign that says authorized personnel only. The doorway is the shape of invitation itself. He understands suddenly that open does not mean exposed. It means welcome. The world below has a centre, this centre, and the door will not be slammed shut while hearts are still learning how to trust. The understanding does not make him impatient to leave. It makes him patient to stay. The view from here is not an escape hatch. It is a vantage point that makes meaning possible when he returns to stone and salt and the weight of the stylus in his hand. He listens to the living creatures again. Their eyes miss nothing and accuse nothing. They sing, and the room answers. And John thinks of creation answering in its own ways. A lioness sheltering her young from hot wind with her body. A farmer driving a plough in a straight line. Not because anyone is watching, but because the field deserves it. A neighbour sitting at a sickbed counting breaths. A fisherman studying sky and sea, and choosing when to go out and when to come in. He understands that worship is not flattery and never was. It is life returning to its rhythm. It is truth standing up straight. Words move in the air, not all of them meant for writing. You made all this. You wanted it here. Your wanting is why it is. The words feel like a doorway within the doorway. John steps through by letting them be true without fuss. The elders echo them, not as a chant, but as testimony. They do not flatter privilege, they celebrate reliability. The one at the centre wanted the world, and did not grow tired of wanting it. That is why the world holds together, even when it forgets how. That is why judgment, when it comes, is not the temper of a god losing patience, but the insistence of love refusing to let harm have the last laugh. He looks down, inward, outward, and sees, just for a moment, the faces of the 7 communities he has named, their lamps mapping the earth like little coastlines of gold. He sees their rooms and roofs and roads, sees how the open door above them means an open future within them. None of them are orphans. None of them are unsupervised. The hand that touched his shoulder in the night touches their door frames, their tables, the beds where children turn in sleep, and the benches where old men turn memories into blessing. He feels the edge of tears without the ache that usually accompanies them. He realizes that the sea of glass is not merely before the throne. It runs through his own chest now, a stillness that does not depend on quiet circumstances. He will return to noise and to the scratch of stone underfoot, and to letters that ask people to change. But he will carry this calm like a secret river that never insists on being seen. It will feed his words until the words can feed others. Another flash threads the air. It is not warning, it is promise. He has the sense of something about to be handed to the world, a story sealed for a time, now ready to walk into daylight. There is no rush in the room, only readiness. The living ones do not tense. The elders do not grip their armrests. The lamps do not flare in alarm. The one at the centre does not lean forward as if effort might be needed. Everything already is aligned to welcome what comes next. John lets the alignment set his bones like a good healer setting a limb that was out of true. He notices how his own fear, when it tries to rise, finds no purchase on the floor. The floor is trust. He marvels at how humility and radiance live together here, how authority sounds like someone confident enough to serve, how the light is not stingy, how the attention is not scarce. He does not know how long he stands, because duration has stopped mattering. He can feel the letters behind him like boats tied at a dock, ready for a tide that will carry them farther than he could have imagined when he sat on black stone earlier in the night. He can feel the next vision ahead of him like a path that has been swept before a guest arrives. Between behind and ahead is this room, this breath, this centre. When at last he looks again at the door, it is still open. He does not step through so much as find himself gently returned to where rock meets skin and salt meets tongue, and a gull cries the first note of a new morning. Nothing of the room has left him. The sea below mirrors the sea above as best it can. He hears in his own breath the long, patient song of the living ones. He feels in his hands the impulse the elders taught him. Receive, return. He knows now that the throne at the centre of all things is not a threat to anything that is tender and true. It is their shelter. It is the reason tenderness survives. It is the reason truth will not grow old. He sits very still and lets the world be held. Then he reaches for the stylus, the way a priest reaches for a cup, or a mother reaches for a sleeping child. And the first line of what comes next writes itself in his heart before it ever touches wax. Silence gathers in the room like morning gathers a light. And from the right hand of the one on the throne, John notices something he had not seen at first. The way you notice a bird in a tree you've stared at for minutes. A scroll, long and tightly rolled, its edges varnished from many hands that have not yet opened it. Writing glints along both sides, as if the story inside could not be contained by ordinary margins. 7 seals hold it fast, clear, hard as poured resin, each impressed with a sign that looks old as mountains and tender as a fingerprint. The scroll sits there not as an ornament, but as a heart waiting to be heard. A voice like a strong wind moving across open water travels the room, then the horizon, then farther than horizons go. Who is worthy to open the scroll and break its seals? It is not a challenge barked by a god. It is an invitation that tests the world for someone whose hands can lift a future without crushing it. The question runs out like tide and gathers back again. It touches peaks and valleys, cities and deserts, market stalls and secret rooms. It visits the living creatures whose eyes miss nothing. It visits the elders whose crowns never cling. It visits all that was made, and no one steps forward. John feels the truth of that emptiness, the way a boat feels the drop when a wave passes. The room has held awe and music and steadiness. Now it holds a waiting that grows heavy. He tries to stand still inside it, but something breaks loose in him that has been waiting for years to be acknowledged. He weeps. Not the embarrassed tears of someone who wishes to appear strong, but the true water that rises when you realise the story will stay sealed. Justice will go undelayed. Wounds will remain uninterpreted, and names will not be spoken aloud where they can be healed. He remembers the widows he has seen count coins, the prisoners who watched light crawl along the floor without opening a door, the children whose prayers fell asleep before their bodies did. He weeps for them, and for himself, and for the world. And the throne room is kind enough to let him. An elder rises with the warmth of a friend crossing a small room. "Do not weep," he says, and the words do not scold. They receive. Look, the lion from Judah's tribe, the root of David's line, he has prevailed. The sentence arrives like a steadying hand on a shaking table. John inhales and turns, because turning is what hope asks of grief. He expects sighs and thunder, a mane that fills the doorway, a roar to rattle glass. He looks and sees a lamb. It is a lamb standing as if wounded, not collapsing, not staggering, but upright with the calm dignity of one who has already walked through the worst the world could arrange and come out carrying peace instead of vengeance. The marks of violence remain, but they shine the way a healed scar sometimes catches sunlight. Not to glamorize hurt, but to bear witness that hurt did not become the final architect. In the lamb's seeing, there is a completeness, eyes like sent ones, attention that reaches the corners we forget to visit. In the lamb's strength, there is fullness, authority without the twitch of insecurity. John does not understand details. He understands that the room's gravity has shifted. There is nothing else to watch now. The lamb comes near without hurry. No guard lifts a hand. No creature steps aside out of caution. Near the centre, everything that might have been violent becomes reverent space. The Lamb takes the scroll from the right hand of the One seated on the throne, and the action is so simple a child could describe it. And yet the room cannot remain sitting. The living creatures bow down. The elders fall on their faces with the muscle memory of joy. Crowns move like rings of light on water. Harps find strings as if they have been tuning for this moment since wood first learned to sing. Bowls are lifted, golden, brimming with fragrance, and John breathes it and knows what it is. Prayers that never evaporated. The whispers from kitchens and prisons and fields and hospital cots, from boats and bedrooms and back alleys. Help. Thank you. Please. Why? They are not lost. They are not stale. They rise now around the Lamb with the authority of everything honest that human beings have ever said to God. A song begins, new and somehow remembered, the sort of melody your bones already know how to hum. It is not thin praise, it is testimony. You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals because you were slain. And with your life you purchased people for God from every tribe and tongue and people and nation. You made them a kingdom and priests, and they will tend and mend the earth. The words do not flatter. They describe what has happened. John hears accents he cannot place, and recognizes all of them. He sees faces he has not met, and loves all of them. The song wraps the room, then slips the room and keeps going. A river that knows where it is going. Circles widen. 10,000 upon 10,000 voices stack and weave and settle into one certainty. The Lamb is worthy, worthy of all the honour we have ever misdirected, all the power we were afraid to imagine living gently, all the wisdom we pretended to own, all the strength that doesn't turn brittle under strain, all the glory that doesn't starve anyone else, all the blessing that is more bread than banner. Creatures on the sea and under the sea, birds above rooftops, women carrying jars at dawn, men lifting the edges of stretchers, elders at gates, children running where they are not supposed to run, kings who learned how to kneel, servants who learnt they were royalty. Everything that breathes finds the same sentence and gives it back. To the One on the throne and to the Lamb be the whole of what is right to give forever. John's tears change. They are still tears, but they belong to relief now, not to the ache of deferred meaning. He notices that the elder did not say there was no cause to cry. He said there was someone to turn toward while crying. The tear that matters has been seen and answered, not with dismissal, but with a new direction. Look. He looks, and the look becomes a kind of healing. The elders lift new instruments, or perhaps just uncover ones that were waiting under their chairs. Sound pours like honeyed light. John has seen choirs afraid of silence. This one is not. The rest's are music too. Between phrases, he hears the fragrance of those prayers keep rising, and he remembers specific ones now. The mother who prayed over a feverish child and felt alone. The fisherman who muttered gratitude into the winds when the catch finally came. The carpenter who asked for steady hands when the beam had to be set right. The teenager who stared at a ceiling and wondered if God saw anything at all. Every single one of those found its way here. Nothing was ignored. The bowls say so. He looks at the scroll again and knows in his bones that what is sealed will be opened now, not by conquest as the world practiced it, but by the kind of victory only the wounded can carry without turning it into a weapon. The seals are not there because God is stingy. They are there because timing matters, because medicine applied too soon can be as harmful as medicine withheld. The lamb knows the time. The lamb's hands can break what must be broken without breaking what must be saved. In the circles where angels stand, movement becomes weather. They lift and lower, their faces alight, not with borrowed glow, but with joy, solid and simple as bread. One of them looks toward John, the way a distant lighthouse turns once each minute toward a particular slice of sea. The look does not set him apart. It gathers him back into the whole. You are part of this, it seems to say, not because you are large, but because love does not do small memberships. The living creatures answer again, not because they are scripted, but because their whole being is an amen. The elders echo, laying their bodies down the way trees lay rings down each year, a visible memory of praise. John feels the floor of the place under him, rock solid and sea clear at once, and recognizes he is standing on trust, not on guesses. He thinks of the strange arithmetic of heaven, a lion promised, a lamb revealed, a victim's wounds, a ruler's right, a scroll sealed, a world waiting. He thinks of how, in the markets below, power often buys its way to the front, and here power kneels and therefore belongs at the centre. He thinks of how, on the streets, purity is sometimes used to push away, and here purity draws near to heal. He thinks of how songs on earth sometimes need a rival to sound strong, and here the song grows stronger by including everything willing to be included. The fragrance thickens just a hair, then thins in a way that means it is doing its work, rather than showing itself off. John breathes and tastes cloves, dust, lilies, salt, wool oil, olive wood, smoke from cook fires, lives lived closely and offered open. He smiles without meaning to. The lamb turns the scroll in his hands, and the room tilts toward a future that is not random. John feels the tilt inside his ribs, like a ship leaning into a trustworthy wind. He glances back inward toward the 7 communities that read by a lamp and argue over bread prices and listen for footsteps at night. Everything that will unfold will mean something for them. Not one seal will break without a word prepared for a widow in Smyrna, for a child in Sardis, for a merchant in Thyatira, for a doorkeeper in Philadelphia. The world's centre is not abstract. It remembers addresses. He stands a little straighter. The hand that once lay on his shoulder seems near again, heat without weight. Do not be afraid. That sentence is still the tide beneath all other sound. It rolls and rolls. The elders lift their faces. Some of them shine with tears. One laughs mid-song, a sound so clean it cancels the suspicion that holiness must be grim. Another's hands tremble not from fear, but from long love, finally seeing its object. The living creatures ripple with attention, eyes drinking what they are given to see. The lamps do not waver, they lean in. John becomes aware that the sea before the throne is still and not still on the surface. Yes, calm as glass. But if you look closely, there are slow currents drawing toward the Lamb, threads of light like paths underwater, as if everything true in the world is being gathered to witness what comes next. He thinks of rivers that meet the ocean and lose their name only to find a larger one. He thinks of names and knows that no true name will be lost in what is about to be read. He waits. Waiting is no longer a pressure, it is a posture. It feels like kneeling beside someone you love when the doctor steps into the room with the chart. Not dread, not false cheer, just the steadiness that love makes possible. The lamb lifts a hand toward the first seal and pauses the exact right amount of time for the whole room to remember why we are here. John breathes in. The world breathes with him. The scroll glows faintly at the edges, as if dawn had been rolled up and is about to be unrolled slowly across the sky. Before anything breaks, John hears again the new song's centre. Every tribe, every tongue, every people, every nation, and he feels the wideness of it loosen the last little knot at the base of his throat. Whatever else will happen, the story is headed toward a table, not a trophy case. It is headed toward a city with open gates, not a bunker with passwords. It is headed toward a river, not a moat. The one on the throne wanted a world. The lamb has made a way to keep it. When the pause ends, it does not end with violence. It ends with purpose. The lamb's fingers touch the first seal, like a musician touching the string he knows will begin the piece. And John understands that even what sounds like thunder will, in the end, be music. He holds that understanding like a small light cupped in both hands. He lets it warm his palms. He looks once more at the bowls of prayers, at the elders' crowns, at the creature's many eyes, at the rainbow that keeps saying mercy into the air, like a promise taught to children. Then he fixes his gaze on the lamb, the wound bright, the standing one, and he lets the room become the room inside his chest. Down on the island, the ocean keeps its faithful breathing. Up here, the sea of glass refuses panic. Between them, a man in exile finds that his tears have run their course for now, and in the space they leave, peace stretches like a clean sheet across a bed. He stands ready to listen, not because he has solved anything, but because someone worthy holds the future in hands that bless. The lamb touches the first seal, and it gives the way a knot gives under patient fingers. Sound moves like wind through tall grass, and from the page of the world a rider comes, white horse beneath him, a bow in his hand, a crown that looks borrowed rather than forged. He moves forward with that confident haste history knows too well, the urge to win for winning's sake, to name victory before anyone has asked what the prize should be. John watches without flinching. He recognises the glint in the rider's eye from marketplaces and council halls, from family arguments and empires. Desire is not evil, he thinks. Unexamined desire grows teeth. The horse's hooves drum a rhythm that makes some hearts beat faster, and yet in the room of the throne nothing panics. The lamb does not pull back. He lets the world see what it has loved when it forgot how to love rightly. The waves on Patmos seem to quicken, then find their measure again. The second seal breaks like dry branch, and another horse shoulders through, red as embers fanned into flame. The rider carries a blade shaped not only for cutting, but for severing the thin sinews of trust that keep neighbours neighbours. Peace steps back. Quarrels grow courage. The sword is not the only weapon. Whispers become weapons. Neglect becomes weapon. The way we refuse to meet each other's eyes becomes weapon. John feels the room hold steady, while the earth learns again how easily one street turns against itself. He remembers a fisherman's boat where two brothers once argued about who would be greatest, and how a third voice told them greatness looks like service and a towel. The red horse passes through the vision like a fever breaking. It does not last forever. The throne room does not catch fire. The lamps do not gutter. The third seal opens and the air thins, the way a pantry thins when you have not planned for a long stretch of weather. A black horse steps forward, the rider measuring grain with scales that look impartial until you watch who gets to use them. Prices climb with the same indifferent ease as ivy. A quart of wheat for a day's wage, the rumour runs, and another voice says spare the oil and wine, as if scarcity were careful with the luxuries of the few. John feels old ache in this one, mothers counting, fathers chewing slowly, children learning to hide hunger behind games. He smells bread more imagined than real, and yet the lamb does not turn away, as if embarrassed by the poverty of the poor or the plenty of the rich. He stands and lets the scales be seen for what they are. Seeing is not nothing. Seeing is the first mercy judgment gives. The waters at the throne's sea remain calm, a promise that justice knows how to feed. The fourth seal sounds like a door opened on a long winter. A pale horse comes, the colour of wind leaving a face, and the rider's name is the word everyone knows and spends life avoiding. The shadow behind him follows like a bureaucracy that never gets tired. A portion of the earth bends under them, famine's thin hands, plague's invisible touch, the small wars that never make the ledgers of kings but still empty rooms, the beasts that reclaim the edges when human care collapses. John feels the cold pass through him and keeps his eyes open. The room does not look away. Neither do the creatures whose many eyes are trained for truth. If this were the end, the vision would have ended. It does not. The pale horse is not the last horse. The scroll still holds sealed futures like seeds in winter soil. When the fifth seal breaks, the sound changes. It is not hooves or swords or bargaining. It is voices from under the altar, voices that have learned to call God by name with their faces pressed to earth. How long they breathe, and the question is not accusation, it is address. They speak not from bitterness, but from belonging. They had loved truth enough to lose for it. Their lives had been poured out like perfumed oil, and now their words smell like that same offering, costly, clean. White is draped over their shoulders one by one, not as pallor, but as honour, a warmth against the chill of what they endured. Rest a little longer, they're told, until the full number of witnesses is complete, until all the voices that must be heard have been heard, until all the stories that must be told have been told. Waiting here is not neglect. It is a room prepared with couches and bread, with songs hummed low, with hands that know how to tuck a blanket just so. John bows his head. He knows these people. He knows their children. He knows the shape of a faithful funeral. The altar is not far from the throne. Their nearness is safe. Then the sixth seal, and the world itself seems to remember every tremor it has stored. The floor shakes like a drumhead struck. Sky pulls tight and thin. The sun learns a darker hue. The moon blushes the colour of a warning or a wound. Stars fall like fruit that has ripened in a single night. Hills move without asking. Islands learn new names on new shores. The powerful, kings and captains, and the powerless, slave and free, do the same human thing. They hide, case rocks. Any shadow that looks thick enough to hold fear away becomes a sanctuary for a moment. Faces tilt up, and the sentence climbs out of 1,000 throats. Who can stand? The room answers by not answering in the way they expect. Instead of thunder, there is pause. Instead of more breaking, there is sealing. 4 messengers hold the winds at the corners, like strong hands steadying a flapping tent, and another messenger rises with the calmness of morning over water, carrying the seal that marks belonging. Do not harm until we are not done protecting yet. The servants of God are sealed on their foreheads, not with a brand that reduces them, but with a name that recognizes them. The number spoken is tidy, 12 by 12 by 1,000, a way of saying complete in a language of arithmetic. But John knows better than to shrink it to arithmetic. He hears the tribes recited like a roll call at a family reunion that keeps finding more cousins in the crowd. And then he looks up and loses count entirely. A multitude no one can number stands, not squeezed behind one nation's flag or one century's fashion. Every language he has ever heard, and many he has not. Every skin warmed by every sun ever loved. Every stride and posture and age. They are not a blur. They are specific joy multiplied. They wear white, yes, but it is not uniform. It is result. Their robes are brightness that came through water. They carry palm branches, as if a city has thrown them a parade, and they sing like a city that has learned who to celebrate. Salvation belongs to our God and to the Lamb, they call. And the call is not against anyone. It is for the one who found them in alleys and palaces and rice fields and tenements and deserts, and taught them how to hope. John watches the elders fall again. The creatures lift their amen like a kindly thunder. Blessing and glory and wisdom and thanks and honour and power and strength. The words stack like stones of a good wall, each one fitting, none of them pinching out the others. An elder bends to John. Always there is bending when heaven speaks. Do you know who they are? The question is invitation, not test. John answers with the humility that keeps him honest. You know. Then the elder does what love does. He tells a story so people can recognize themselves in it. These came out of the great pressure. They washed their lives in the Lamb's life and found purity that performance could never give. They are here, and here looks like vocation that never exhausts. They serve day and night, which is another way to say delight without end. Nothing here will burn their skin, no sun that punishes, no drought that cracks lips, because the shepherd is the lamb, and the lamb is the shepherd, and paradox has turned itself into provision. Springs rise where they need to rise. Tears are not mocked, they are wiped, each one, with the kind of attention that learns the story attached to it. John watches a hand catch a tear, as if catching a child jumping from a step, safely, with a small laugh. He remembers his own tears from moments ago, and understands why the vision gave him courage to cry. The Lamb's way makes room for grief, and does not leave grief in charge. The world below feels the riders and their passing, a hunger in markets, a tension in doorways, a fever in beds, losses that mount like stones. But the world is not abandoned to them. The sealed ones walk streets that have not noticed the ceiling yet, and they carry calm like bread in their pockets to tear and share. The multitude is not somewhere else. It is the end toward which every small faith walks when small faith refuses to quit. In the silence that follows the song, John listens to the smaller sounds. The rustle of palm leaves, the creak of a toy a child has somehow brought into a holy place, the soft clink of bowls being set down after being lifted in prayer, the sigh of an old man who has realized he is no longer afraid of sleep. He tastes salt and realizes it is not only the sea outside the cave on Patmos, it is the memory of tears becoming something like seasoning in a story that would be bland without them. He looks again at the first four riders and sees them differently. They were not the new thing. They were the unveiling of what already ran through the veins of the world when love was neglected. Conquest that names itself courage, conflict that names itself honesty, scarcity that names itself prudence, death that names itself realism. He knows these names from the lips of neighbours and from his own when he was tired. The seals did not create them. They revealed them and allowed their course to run not unchecked but understood. And in the middle of their running, another work was going on. The sealing of foreheads, the gathering of a multitude, the preparation of a feast. Birth pains, John thinks, not endings. The body remembers how to breathe through them because the body has done this before with other sorrows and found a child placed on its chest at dawn. He writes this in his heart as he will write it on wax. That judgment is not the tantrum of a God suddenly inconvenienced. It is the medicine of a lover who refuses to let what kills us go unchallenged. He writes that mercy and truth do not compete. They hold each other like old friends whose stories only make sense together. He writes that suffering need not be sanctified to be seen, and that victory, when it learns humility, becomes a shelter instead of a banner. The throne room breathes. The sea of glass is so clear it looks like courage. The elders sit, and in their sitting there is readiness. The creatures say their small yes, which sounds like a large one because they mean it. The multitude keeps singing even when they stop singing. The sound lives in the air like heat after sunset. The sealed ones begin to walk back out through their doors, into kitchens and courts, and fields and barracks. And their foreheads do not glow to strangers, but they are known perfectly to the one who sealed them. A child touches a mother's brow and says you are warm, and she smiles because the child is right in more ways than he can know. Down on the island the tide has turned. John can hear the long pull of water along rock and the answering hush when it returns. He keeps his eyes on the lamb long enough to make sure his breath has matched that rhythm again. Then he looks at his hands, old and good, and feels the weight of what he will have to describe. He is not afraid of the riders now. He is not afraid of the question, how long? He has seen the answer to who can stand take on faces he cannot stop loving. He has watched a shepherd wipe a tear without hurry. He has smelled prayers rise and realized he is standing inside other people's courage. When the moment loosens its hold and gives him back to the rock on which he sits, he does not feel dismissed. He feels sent. The seals are not finished yet. The scroll still has sentences that will teach him to listen sharper. but the bass note of hope has sounded under the whole piece, and it will not stop humming. He thinks of a lamp in Ephesus trimmed to burn truer, of a widow in Smyrna counting bread for two and finding there is enough, of a dock worker in Thyatira who refuses a cruel joke for the sake of his own soul, of a girl in Philadelphia staring at a door that will not close and feeling brave. He lifts the stylus. The first lines race ahead of his hand like gulls riding a gust. He writes the world as it is, and the world as it is becoming, and trusts the Lamb to hold both without dropping either. The sea breathes, so does he, and somewhere just beneath the sound of water on stone he can hear the faint, steady footfall of a shepherd moving through a crowd with time enough for every tear. The seventh seal is touched, and the room chooses quiet. No horn yet, no rush of wings, just a stillness that settles like a cool cloth on a fevered brow. It is not emptiness, it is attention. The elders hold their breath without strain. The living creatures keep their many eyes open, and even the lamps seem to burn without sound, their flames shaped by a wind that refuses to hurry. The sea before the throne is as flat as a mirror and as deep as a memory. Silence lasts long enough to become medicine. Thoughts slow until they can be felt. Sorrows unclench. Hope finds a chair. An angel comes to the altar carrying a golden censer. He is given much incense, not a pinch, but handfuls enough to perfume a city, and he pours it over the coals until smoke lifts like the softest banner. The scent climbs with the prayers of the saints, those whispered at kitchen tables when a child won't sleep, those muttered on docks when the nets came up light, those shouted once in a field when anger learned how to become grief, those sighed on a cot in a cell when morning seemed late. They rise together, not competing, not cancelling. Each has its name, each is received. Then the angel does something that makes the silence feel like a held breath ready to become a word. He fills the censer with fire from the altar, the same fire that warmed the prayers, and throws it toward the earth. The answer is not a rage, it is a reply. Thunder speaks like distant rain on metal roofs. Lightning writes brief sentences no one can read yet. Wind lowers a shoulder against doors that have stuck too long. The ground trembles as if waking from a heavy sleep. Heaven does not ignore what earth has said. The quiet had been listening. 7 angels step forward, each with a trumpet, and they lift them the way watchmen lift lanterns before dawn, steady and ready. Trumpets can call armies. They can also call festivals. These sound not like the bark of conquest, but like alarms meant to rouse without terror. Like a mother calling up a stairwell, "Wake, child, it's time." The first breathes, and hail and fire, mixed with blood, fall on fields that had grown used to predictability. A third of the earth is singed, trees that shaded markets, grass that kept hills green. It is measured, not total. Mercy leaves margins even while judgment speaks. John watches and recognizes how carelessness with creation becomes cruelty to the poor, how matches tossed into dry brush do not ask whether a child lives beyond the ridge. Yet he also sees damp ground where flame cannot take, ordinary faithfulness like a well-kept ditch that becomes a fire break. Somewhere a shepherd looks up, and decides to lead his flock away sooner than usual, and is grateful he did. The second blows, and something like a mountain burning is thrown into the sea. Water that held ships safe turns sour. A third of it reddens like a wound. Fish roll, gulls circle and complain. Sailors grab ropes and change their minds too slowly. Trade stutters. Letters are delayed. A widow's barrel stays empty one more day. Yet even here the word fur draws a line grief cannot cross. Love keeps room to rebuild. Someone on a shore kneels and whispers thank you over a child found alive among wreckage. Someone else learns to read the wind more honestly because the old arrogance has finally failed them. The third raises his trumpet, and a star falls bright enough to make every eye squint. A bitterness lodged in brilliance. It's called wormwood. Rivers gag. Wells turn from sweet to cruel. Cups raised in haste punish the thirsty. People die, not because water is rare, but because discernment is. John feels the sorrow of villages where trust in a spring had been a way of life. He also sees a woman kneeling with cloth and charcoal, teaching children how to filter what used to be safe. And he hears her say, "We must learn again, little ones. From now on, we test before we drink." He thinks of hearts as wells, and how bitterness can flavour a whole life if grief is left alone too long. He hears the trumpet as a warning to the inner rivers too, guard your springs. The fourth sounds, and the sky forgets a portion of its brightness, a third of the sun's strength, a third of the moon's quiet light, a third of the stars that taught sailors their lines at sea. Day dimmer, night thicker. It is not blindness, it is a pause in clarity. When the sky pulls back, people step closer to lamps and to one another. Candles bloom on windowsills. Maps are studied with more patience. A boy learning the constellations listens harder to his grandfather's voice, describing a hunter, a dipper, a swan. John sees that even this dimming pushes neighbours toward tables, and in the hush between stories someone prays with a voice that stopped being pious and started being real. Across the dimmed sky, a lone bird flies, high and sure, crying a long, low woe that is not a curse, but a compassion. The voice carries. There are more calls coming. Listen. Make ready. What hurts you does not have to own you. The silence that began, this all still holds under everything. It makes room for warning without frenzy. It lets truth be named without anyone losing their name. The fifth trumpet's voice is different, closer to the ground. A star that had already fallen is handed a key, and a shaft is opened that breathes out darkness like a forge exhaling. The sun is briefly bullied by the thickness of it, and then shapes swarm, locust-like, metal-edged, the way ideas sometimes swarm and sting, the way movements patterned for harm find a season. They are told what they cannot do. They may not harm the grass or trees. Creation is not theirs to chew anymore. Their teeth turn toward people instead, but not all people. Only those without the seal. Those who have forgotten their own names and belong to whatever shout is loudest. The torment is timed, 5 months, a mercy even in judgment, an end stamped on the thing before it begins. Their kings' names are Destruction and Destroyer, a pair of titles that tell the truth. This is what unchecked harm calls itself when it is honest. John watches men long for death because they have mistaken numbness for peace. He watches women remember a prayer and find it is enough to keep the sting from settling in. He sees a girl trace with her finger the invisible sign across her forehead and breathe easier. He sees a boy resolve not to return insult for insult, and it becomes a shield larger than the room can hold. The sixth trumpet sounds, and boundaries long held steady loosen. 4 angels, bound at a great river, are released like the last stays snipped on a tent in a storm. They do what they were prepared to do at the hour written for them. A horde moves, numbers so exaggerated they feel less like arithmetic, and more like poetry for every army, every fevered crowd, every surge of harm that ever convinced itself it was a solution. Their horses breathe fire and smoke and sulphur, the old, choking breaths of anger, envy, and false fervour. A third of humankind falls to them. John notices again the third. He cannot stop noticing. Mercy keeps insisting on limits. Not everything is surrendered to unravelling. There are survivors, and their survival is not an accident. It is an invitation. For all the harm, many do not turn. They cling to the work of their hands as if their hands were a harbour. They polish the idols they made, images that cannot see them, cannot hear them, cannot help them, and call the polishing devotion. They keep the small gods that bless their appetites and never challenge their cruelty. They practice the old reflexes, clutching, accusing, lying, taking. The trumpets were never about satisfying judgment. They were about waking love. But waking is a choice. John feels the ache of that choice in his own ribs and does not pretend to be above it. He remembers how easy it is to prefer a familiar chain to an unfamiliar horizon. In the pause that follows, no trumpet lifts. The silence of the seventh seal has learned to live under even this noise, and it spreads its calm like salve again. John senses that another kind of word is coming, not another blast, not another horse, but a message that will need to be eaten to be understood, a sweetness and a weight together. For now, he lets the quiet rebuild his hearing. He watches the lamps, still steady. He listens for the living creatures, small yes, still true. He looks at the elders and sees their crowns near their hands. They know when to rise. He thinks of the way the judgments have been measured, restrained, their edges blunted by mercy without being dulled by denial. He thinks of how the first 4 touched creation, not to punish trees and rivers and sky, but to show us what our loves and neglects have done to a world we were meant to tend. He thinks of how the last 2 have touched our inner rooms, where bitterness taints water and rage breathes smoke, and hearts learn to call harm holy. Wake up, the trumpets say. Come home, the silence says. Both are the same love. Down on Patmos, the waves keep their long conversation with the shore. A gull cries the single note it was given and is content with that one note doing its work. John breathes the island's salt and the throne room's incense and finds they do not disagree. He remembers the censer thrown to earth and understands a strange mercy in it. The prayers we offered have come back to us as answers that do not always look like what we asked for, but always look like what we needed to stop pretending and start living. He remembers the bird's woe and hears that even warning can be wrapped in compassion. He looks toward the earth, with its singed hills and bitter streams, it dimmed noon and perfumed night, it stung hearts and loosening borders, and he believes, truly, without strain, that there are still enough lamps lit to read by, enough sealed foreheads for streets to feel different than they did yesterday, enough cups of clean water to teach the tongue to love truth again. He believes it because the silence believed in him and broke his hurry open long enough for him to see. He waits, stylus warm in his hand, the next vision forming like bread rising in a covered bowl. In a moment, a messenger will set one foot on sea and one on land and speak of a little book that tastes like honey and sits heavy as responsibility. In a moment, John will have to take the sweetness and the weight both. But for now, he lets the quiet stand. A half hour that heals more than a decade of noise ever could. He closes his eyes, and the trumpets are not threats in the dark. They are distant lighthouses turning, 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 patient as love. The quiet that had settled like a cool cloth does not end so much as widen, making room for a new brightness. A messenger steps down clothed in cloud, the way a mountain sometimes wears a shawl at dawn. Around his head, a bow of colour bends, soft as rain on olive leaves. His face holds the light that teaches roosters to crow, and his legs look like those columns of fire the wilderness remembered when nights were too long. He is large in the way a harbour is large, not to intimidate but to shelter. In his left hand lies a little scroll, already open, not secreted away, not hoarded like treasure in a miser's chest. He sets his right foot on the sea, and his left on the land, joining what people like to split. The water does not drown him. The earth does not crack. He stands where tides and dust are both true. He calls out, and the sound pulls something ancient out of the stones. It is like a lion's voice without the threat, a strength that travels through ribs and reminds them what they are for. In answer, the sky answers itself. Thunder speaks not in one roll, but in 7 distinct sentences, a language John cannot unhear once he has heard it. Instinct drives his hand to reach for the stylus. He has lived long enough to know words slip away if you do not catch them. He is ready to write with the speed of a fisherman hauling a net full enough to threaten the boat. But another voice, kind and firm, comes from the centre, the way a parent comes from the kitchen doorway and says, "Wait. Seal up what the 7 thunders have said. Do not write it now. The restraint feels holy. Not everything revealed must be recorded. Some mercies must settle in the chest before they become sentences." John tucks the thunders away, the way he once tucked a piece of bread into his cloak for a child. He knew he would pass on the way home. The messenger lifts his right hand to the wide blue and makes a promise on the one who made blue possible, on the maker of every living thing that swims and nests and walks and sings. No more delay, he vows. The long ache of waiting is not forever. When the 7th trumpet prepares to sound, the mystery will complete itself like a good loaf in an oven, like a word finally finding its last syllable. What the prophet started to hum will be sung in full. John cannot help it. He keeps watching the little scroll. Its edges are curled from light handling, as if it has been passed from hand to hand, not hidden away. A voice reaches him again from that same centre that has taught him how to breathe. Go, take the book from the messenger who stands on sea and land. The instruction is simple enough to obey without ceremony. He approaches the messenger as one approaches a friend by the shoreline, alert but unafraid, feeling wave and sand cooperate under his feet. The messenger looks down with eyes that are not impatient. His voice is so ordinary, it feels like hospitality. Take and eat it. It will be sweet in your mouth, like honey. In your stomach, it will sit heavy and turn bitter. You must prophesy again about many peoples and nations and languages and kings. Eat a book. The sentence smiles at him in its strangeness, but his bones remember how truth is not meant only to be carried in a hand or stacked on a shelf. It is meant to be taken into the body, digested, turned into energy and breath and speech and something as plain as kindness. He reaches for the little scroll. It is light. The material feels like the fine parchment he once saw in a synagogue, but warmer, as if someone else's hands had lingered there. He lifts it to his mouth and tears off a piece the way you tear bread when you mean to share. The taste blooms. It is honey that has learned 100 flowers, sweetness that knows the names of hillsides and fences and apiaries and the old man who still hums as he lifts the frames. It is not candy, it is nourishment. His tongue remembers promises like fresh wells, songs from the Psalms that pulled his childhood through hard afternoons. The way the teacher once said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit." And the poor believed him, because the words had weight. He chews and swallows and feels goodness go down like light. The sweetness meets the place where hunger lives, and there it changes. Not because goodness sours, but because carrying goodness into a world that loves its lies costs something. Bitterness rises, not like poison, but like medicine you do not want to take and yet must. It is the ache of seeing clearly in a fog that preferred to be called weather. It is the heaviness of loving people who might misunderstand the love. It is the weight of speaking peace into rooms committed to winning. John presses a palm to his own belly and breathes slow. He recognizes the taste from other callings. It is the same ache he felt the day the teacher looked at him after breakfast by the lake and said simply, "Follow me, come and die, come and live." He sits down on the nearest rock because bodies are honest. The island that has been his exile offers him a seat like a friend pulling a chair out from the table. The sea below keeps making its simple confession. In, out, in, out. He matches it until the tightness under his ribs unclenches by half. He remembers a prophet once told by God to eat his own scroll, how that man tasted sweetness and learned the sharpness afterward, how he sang anyway because songs are how people remember who they are. He thinks of the stories he will have to tell that no one will want to believe at first, that mercy is stronger than punishment, that judgment is a form of mercy, that empires are temporary and kitchens are holy, that the last will not be last for long, that the centre of everything is a lamb with wounds that shine. The messenger still stands with one foot in the glittering and one in the dust, and everything about his posture insists that heaven and earth are not enemies. John listens for the thunders he was told to seal. He holds them like secret seeds in a pocket, certain that there is a right season for harvest, and that he is not the one who decides seasons. He looks at the scroll in his hands, smaller now for having been eaten, and laughs once, a quiet sound that tastes of honey and salt. The world is not saved by what you store away. It is saved in part by what you let become you. The bitterness settles into clarity. It is not resentment. It is not a grudge. It is the heaviness of birth work. Truth is a midwife who both whispers comfort and orders you to push. There will be rooms where he is asked to shout and he will refuse. There will be rooms where he is asked to be silent and he will speak. There will be rooms where people will want a new slogan and he will bring an old story. He will tell them that the one who made the stars also remembers their names. He will tell captains that their ships are not the point. He will tell kings something their mothers would have told them if the nursery had been quieter. You are dust and beloved, so rule like a shepherd and sleep like a child. He will tell the poor that their names are already engraved where gold could never buy a space. And he will tell the rich to learn how to pass the honey bowl. He will tell those who fear truth that truth's hands are open, and he will tell those who worship comfort that comfort without compassion spoils. He will say what the scroll has become inside him. The kingdom belongs to those who look like their king, and their king looks like self-giving love. He tests the words in his mouth as if tasting new bread for salt. He will prophesy again. He will speak to many peoples. Languages will braid through doorways and courtyards. The letters will travel. The voices will rise. Some will listen and feel gladness as if they have come home without moving. Some will listen and feel angry the way a limb feels when circulation returns to a sleeping hand. Pins and needles awaken what was numb. He cannot control the reactions. He can only be faithful with the recipe. The messenger drops his hand from the sky and watches John the way a mentor watches a student remember a lesson with his whole body and not just his mind. The cloud around him thins to gauze, then brightens to the thickness of shade again. He looks at the land with affection that is not naive. He looks at the sea with affection that is not sentimental. He has stood in both places long enough to love them truly. He nods once, and the nod writes a sentence in the air. The word has entered the man. The work may continue. John thinks of the 7 communities again, how each letter carried a particular flavour of honey and a necessary hint of bitter. The busy lovers of truth called home to first love's warmth. The courageous poor promised a crown that poverty cannot touch. The compromised invited back to pure hunger. The steadfast labourers warned against baptizing harm and calling it freedom. The reputation rich urged to wake to real life. The small strong assured of an open door. The comfortable counseled to buy what they cannot earn. He sees now that the scroll he has eaten contains all those medicines and more. A pharmacopoeia of holiness that never confuses harshness for health. He touches his stomach again and finds the ache has become a steadying weight, the way a child in the lap is heavy but good. He remembers how the teacher's yoke was called easy and his burden light, and how that line only made sense once you put your shoulder under it and discovered you were not lifting it alone. The bitterness keeps him honest. It will not let him turn good news into a slogan that asks nothing. It will not let him use sweetness asleep. It will not let him tell a story in which love wins without having bled. The voice comes once more, not to add pressure, but to keep the melody true. You must speak again. The sentence is not a demand, it is a dignity. Old men are often ignored. Exiles are often dismissed. Yet here a task is handed to one who has sat long with silence and learned what words are for. He smiles without showing his teeth and says aloud, simply, yes. The sea answers with a small wave slapping a rock. The island nods with a heat that will later bake his letters dry. He rehearses in his memory the words he wants to start with when he speaks to people who have lost the thread. Do not be afraid. It is always good to begin there. He will tell them what he saw when the door was open and what he learned when the seals broke, how the riders reveal what we already know, and how the multitude sings a song that sounds like home. He will tell them that heaven stores prayers like treasure and throws them back as weather that cleans the air. He will tell them that judgment is a stern mercy and that mercy is a firm kindness. He will tell them that the one at the centre is not moody and the lamb is not weak. The sun shifts. A dragonfly passes his face and hovers before choosing a direction. He hears the clink of a goat's bell somewhere inland, a shepherd's whistle, the distant laughter of men who have found a joke that will carry them until noon. Life moves without bracing against him. This is a good sign. Prophets who think they must stop the world to speak soon learn the world does not need stopping. It needs hearing. It needs healing. It needs the honey and the bitter together, given without stinginess and without apology. He puts a finger in his mouth and touches it to the remaining edge of the scroll, as if to claim the last sweetness. He has always loved honey. Back in Galilee, there were combs so heavy with it, they would bend under their own generosity. He had once seen the teacher eat a little from a piece of comb and grin like a boy. He wonders now whether there was always bitterness in that smile too. Some knowing of what love would cost, and a joy in paying it. He thinks the answer is yes, and finds comfort in that. It is easier to carry a burden when you know joy is carrying it with you. The messenger's shadow slides across him, and then withdraws. Cloud gathers and thins like breath on a mirror. John looks up and sees the bow of colour again, and remembers the very first promise ever given to water and land together. Never again an ending by flood. He understands that this new promise about no more delay rings in the same key. Ends in God are beginnings. Closures are doors with handles on the other side. Finishes are feasts. He stands because the body understands the moment before the mind does. The bitterness no longer feels like a stone. It feels like a compass. It points him toward work that is not busy work. The sweetness no longer sits on his tongue. It runs through his blood. He can feel it in his wrists. He can feel it in the soft spaces behind his knees. He is ready to walk with words that are not his, and walk without hurry. On the sea, a line of silver opens where the wind chooses to kiss the surface. On the land, a small dust devil dances in a field, and then collapses like a child, laughing itself to the ground. Above both, the messenger lingers just long enough to let John memorize the posture that joins elements without violence. Then he has gone in the way angels go, not by leaving, but by allowing the world to feel held without needing to see the hand. The voice within him remains. It hums under everything, like the bass note of a psalm. You must speak again. He practices once for no one at all, the way singers sometimes sing into empty rooms to hear which notes fit. people and nations and languages and kings. He tries the words on the wind. The wind holds them and waits. He picks up his stylus, and the small tools of his exile become his sceptre and his staff. He runs a thumb along the edge of the wax tablet. He writes the first line not like a man trying to impress the court, but like a man writing a recipe his grandmother told him while they shelled beans. He writes so that a woman in a courtyard can read and feel her back straighten. He writes so a boy by a river can read and feel less alone. He writes so a governor with too much power and not enough sleep can read and weep in his private chamber and choose a different decree. He writes so a fisherman with cracked hands can read and believe that God sees how he untangles nets in the half-light. He writes so that people who will never know his name will know the name that knows theirs. Before the first sentence is complete, a small wave times itself to kiss the rock beneath his feet. He takes it for amen. He presses the stylus down and keeps going, honey and bitter guiding his hand in equal measure. The island quiet around him, the great room of heaven quiet within him. And somewhere at the edge of hearing the thunders, he did not write keeping time like distant drums, promising that what he holds back in obedience will return as gift in due season. He smiles, because even bitterness can learn to taste like trust when you have swallowed it in the presence of love. He writes until the light shifts again, and then a little more, and when he finally looks up, he finds the day has become what it always becomes for people willing to be changed by it. A place where God and soul keep company while work becomes prayer. Morning finds John with a reed in his hand, light as a flute and straight as justice. Measure, says the voice he has learnt to trust, and the word is not an engineer's order but a gardener's care. He steps forward the way a friend steps into a kitchen to check the bread, not to judge, to make sure there is enough. He measures a sanctuary made for meeting, a place where prayers do not bounce back from the ceiling, a place where the floor remembers the weight of knees and the benches remember the press of shoulders. He marks out the altar, where smoke rises like breath when someone finally speaks the truth. He notes the people who gather inside, not as tally marks on a page, as names spoken aloud into love. Beyond the measured space lies a court open to every kind of weather. The voice tells him to leave that part unmeasured for now, as if to say that what is most important will be protected but not hidden, that some things must be tested by wind and foot traffic to become strong. In the streets of a city that has forgotten its better songs, two figures appear, not as celebrities with banners, but as steady people with an inconvenient gift for truth. They are dressed in sackcloth, the old cloth of grief and honesty, nothing fancy enough to distract the eye, nothing bright enough to outshine their words. John sees them as the prophets once saw such people, as olive trees rooted by the sanctuary, and as lampstands fed by oil that does not run out. The city does not have their names at first. It only has their effect. Where they walk, corners borrowed by fear become passages of air. Where they speak, windows crack in rooms that had grown stale. When they are silent, the silence is not empty. It is full of listening. Their song is not a tune you can buy. It is the kind that begins small, and then you hear it again in a neighbour's humming, then in the clink of cups set down for breakfast, then in the sweep of a broom. then in the way someone chooses not to lie when a lie would be useful. They do not argue for sport. They warn without cruelty and comfort without sentiment. When they speak, breath warms in winter rooms. Some call their speech fire. It burns, but only what needed burning, the chaff of excuses, the brittle stalks of self-importance, the old ropes that bound the heart to lesser lords. They do not aim to scorch faces. They aim to light lamps. They prophesy for a long season that feels like 3 winters and a spring half learned. No calendar on a wall can calculate the cost. They are unbent by applause and unmoved by scorn. When they pray, clouds learn restraint and then overflow at their request, as if the skies have been waiting for someone to ask for the right kind of rain. When they speak to rivers, the waters remember that they are more than mirrors for palaces. When they name harm, harm is embarrassed into retreat, not everywhere, not forever, but enough to prove the point that truth has hands as well as a voice. People gather. Some keep their distance and watch with arms folded. Some draw near and bring bread. Some listen from behind half-closed shutters. There are always those who send questions on slips of paper through children, because children are better couriers for uncomfortable hopes. The witnesses answer in kitchens and in alleyways, by wells and at doorways where lintels have seen too many hurried goodbyes. They are laughed at and welcomed, threatened and thanked. They never raise money. They never trade in fear. They learn the city's smells and its shortcuts, and the particular sound its stones make under sandals at dusk. For all their patience, opposition matures. It is one thing to ignore a song when it is quiet. It is another when the melody keeps waking people from sleep. Somewhere below the surface of things, a beast stirs, the old appetite for mastery that cannot bear to be told that love sets the rules. It is given permission to rise for a moment, the way infection rises to a fever when the body finally notices what it must fight. The witnesses are not caught unaware, yet the blow lands. They fall in the street that has forgotten how to be a street and has learned to be a stage for spectacle. The city watches. It is a city with many names. Scriptures call it Sodom when it sells bodies, Egypt when it makes tools into chains, Jerusalem when it forgets its own heart and crucifies its own healing. Tonight it bears all those names at once. Their bodies are left on the pavement as if to say that what they carried was disposable. No one is allowed to cover them at first. News travels faster than food to the poor. Doors open onto doorways where screens flicker and faces glow with the cold light of distraction. Gifts are exchanged. Can you imagine? Little packets and coins and jokes that hide a shiver. For some, relief feels like joy, because the demands of mercy have been silenced for a day. For others, grief has no permission to speak, so it stays silent, heavy as stones. John watches without turning away. He knows what it is for love to be rejected. He can still taste morning on the shore when fish smoked and a friend asked him if he loved him, not once but 3 times, to unwind shame's knots. He waits the way a midwife waits between a contraction and a cry. 3 days pass and a half, as if time itself holds its breath. The city learns how long a half day can be when conscience is trying to wake up. Then something no politics can manage happens. Breath enters what had been breathless. The two sit up like men waking from a hard dream to a room full of light. They stand, and their standing looks like truth standing everywhere it had fallen. Fear rolls through the city, but it is not the small fear that darts under tables. It is awe, the kind that makes the back straighten and the knees consider bending. A voice the colour of morning calls from above, familiar as bread and as authoritative as a tide. Come up here. They are lifted, not by crowds, not by ropes, not by their own will, but by the same faithfulness that once lifted a child from a deathbed and a friend from a tomb. They rise through air that has learned to welcome the living. And the city watches with mouths open the way fishermen watch a net come up full of fish they did not expect. The witnesses do not look back in gloating. They look as people do when they leave the table to get another loaf for those still eating. Their absence is not abandonment. It is a promise that others will learn the song. An earthquake follows, timed like a drum hit, immediately after a silence. It is not the end of the world. It is the end of a lie. Buildings remember that they were not meant to be altars to pride. A portion of them falls. Names are read in the dust, and not all of them answer. The survivors do what survivors do when pretense has finally broken. They give glory to God, not in the way a crowd claps at a spectacle, but the way people remove hats in a doorway because someone they love is ill and sleeping. The city grows quieter. It is the good quiet that lets remorse turn into repentance, and repentance into a changed street plan. John feels the 7 trumpets as presence rather than blast. The next one takes up breath. The voice that rises is not a trumpet's thin call. It is a choir that sounds like many waters, like many peoples, like the sound of a continent learning to sing a single sentence with 1,000 accents. The kingdoms of this world have become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he will reign without hurry, without end. The words do not erase the uniqueness of nations. They teach each nation to sing its beauty without stealing from neighbours. The elders know the line by heart. They fall forward again, crowns sounding like rain on wood as they set them down. Gratitude fills the air until the lamps look gilded from within. We thank you, they say, because you have taken your power and used it as a home uses lamp oil, as a midwife uses her hands, as a shepherd uses his staff. You have judged, and your judgment tastes like clean water to a thirsty city. You have remembered the small, the prophets, the saints, those who feared your name, whether they were known or unknown, those who were great at washing feet, and those who were poor in coin, but rich in kindness. You have done what you promised. You have torn up the contract harm thought it had signed in perpetuity. You have angered the angry, and still you are merciful. The sanctuary in heaven opens. It is not a room closed to visitors. It is a heart swung wide. The Ark of Testimony is seen not as a weapon to be paraded, but as a box of kept vows. Lightning writes honest lines. Thunder answers without malice. Rain begins where it is needed. Hail corrects where correction will save. A woman with a child hears the sound and does not startle. A soldier on night watch leans his head against the post and lets a tear fall. A shopkeeper decides to weigh bread without shaving the measure. A judge goes home early and laughs with his daughter. A neighbour who once threw garbage over the wall begins to collect it and knocks quietly to apologise. As for the two who stood and sang, their absence makes room for many. In courtyards and markets and kitchens, small witnesses stand up without fanfare. A girl replaces mockery with a new lyric during work. A boy refuses to join a theft, and instead offers his own loaf to the hungry one outside the gate. An old woman who remembers other famines shows 3 children how to plant beans along a fence. A scribe writes letters for those who cannot write and refuses the bribe that would have changed a name. Someone watches a stranger's child for an hour so the mother can nap. Someone lights a lamp and sets it in a window because the alley has always been dark at that corner. These are not footnotes. These are the story. The 2 lampstands were never on display for their own sake. They were models in a classroom that turned into a city. The music continues because it had never been tied to 2 throats only. The sackcloth remains in closets as a reminder that joy stays honest when it remembers sorrow. The olive trees keep producing oil because the roots are deep, because the rain comes, because the axe was stayed when it could have fallen. John watches the city that had thrown a party for silence learn to throw a feast for truth. The feast is not fancy. Lentils steam, bread softens under cloth, wine warms in clay, and the poorest sit at the front by habit until someone gently pulls them into the middle where better conversation happens. A child is asked to say grace, and he does, stammering once, then finding the line that everyone needed most. "Thank you for us," he says. Thank you for us. He does not know that the sentence is the architecture of a kingdom. Above, the door that was open is still open. Below, the sea keeps shouldering itself towards shore in faithful motions. Between, a man on an island writes quickly because hope is a current, and he wants to catch as much of it as he can before the tide turns and he must sleep. He writes without hurrying. He writes without fear. He writes with the taste of honey still somewhere behind his tongue, and the honest weight of grief settled into courage in his belly. He writes for cities that think they're alone. He writes for a world that mistakes noise for life. He writes so that witnesses will keep rising wherever streets still need to learn kindness. Night draws its bright shawl again, and lamps appear in windows one by one until the city looks from above like a constellation that has not learned all its names yet. Somewhere in that glow, a man humming in a language John cannot understand turns a key and opens a door he used to lock against everyone. Somewhere, a woman who always prayed behind her teeth now prays aloud, and her own voice surprises her with its steadiness. Somewhere, a boy who watched the 2 witnesses at a distance now ties a cord around his courage and walks across a courtyard to forgive a friend. The old earthquake cracks remain in walls as reminders, but they are knit with ivy and patched with careful stone. The day's market closes with less cheating than yesterday. The night watch calls the hours, and for once the hours do not feel like enemies. In the measured courtyard, a child counts footsteps and laughs when the number is different than the day before. In the unmeasured court, wind carries a scrap of song down the length of the street where it catches on a nail and flutters. It will be there in the morning, a small flag of persistence. John lays down his stylus and listens. The room within him still holds the elders and the living ones and the Father and the Lamb. The city outside him still rides its long breath in and out. He realizes that what he has seen is not a story about two extraordinary people, but about a God who refuses to let love be rare. He arranges his cloak beneath him and leans back against the rock, watching the stars pick their places. The witnesses have gone where all witnesses go, into the keeping of the one who sent them. The song remains. It will keep teaching. It will keep mending. It will keep finding throats that did not know they were born for singing. A sign blossoms in the sky the way dawn finds edges, quietly at first, then all at once, so you wonder how you missed it. A woman appears, clothed in sun so that light seems like fabric, and warmth like a shawl around her shoulders. Under her feet the moon rests, not a thing to chase, but a faithful step-stool. 12 stars circle her brow like a crown that never pinches. She is not a statue. She is breathing, heavy with a child, carrying promise the way the earth carries spring before the first green shows. Her face holds the mixture every mother knows, fatigue braided with fierce tenderness, uncertainty held inside a certainty that refuses to bend. She cries out with the ache of labour, and her cry is not despair. It is a call for help that assumes help will come. Across the same sky, another sign rises, as if the world wants us to understand that hope does not enter without being noticed by what opposes it. A dragon, red as a wound that has decided to keep bleeding, shows itself, many heads searching, many horns pretending to be strength, a crown on each head that looks like someone's stolen authority. Its tail sweeps wide, and in the sweep, a third of the stars seem to tumble, as if even beauty can be bullied for a moment by a tantrum. The creature crouches in front of the woman, the way fear crouches at the edge of every new thing, mouth open to swallow what has not yet taken its first full breath. John watches with the stillness of someone who has seen enough to know that panic feeds monsters. The woman bends, the way women bend in delivery rooms and bedrooms and fields, and breathes the ancient rhythm that brings life through narrow places. The dragon leans closer. The world seems to hold its breath to the point of ache. Then the child is born, small as all children at first, and immense in the way a future is immense. He is set for a shepherd's rule, not the iron of a jailer, but the iron of a plough that refuses to break, the staff that corrects to keep from harm. Before harm can learn his face, he is caught up, lifted into safety not by flight, but by faithfulness. The woman does not collapse. She is given, not a palace, but a place. The place is the wilderness, that old classroom where God has always taught souls how to walk when the ground is uneven. It is prepared for her, Scripture says, which means there is water hidden even where maps forget to mark it. There are shade trees that learned their shape from winds that blow most afternoons. There is bread that arrives not in loaves, but in portions, just enough for the day, with the quiet miracle of more tomorrow. She is carried there on the wings of a great eagle, which is to say that grace travels faster than despair, and altitude can be mercy when enemies prefer the low road. Time becomes a held thing rather than a string slipping through fingers. Days with numbers, months with meaning. A span written like a lullaby over a cradle, long enough to grow strong, not long enough to be forgotten. While the woman learns her path in the scrub and shade, another battle breaks open, not on earth, but above it. Michael, the sober joy of a warrior who fights only what must be fought, rises with his companions. Their weapons are not curiosity or gossip. They carry the clarity of loyalty, the steadiness of obedience, the sound of truth spoken without sharpness. The dragon and his messengers answer with the only thing they have ever perfected, accusation, the fevered insistence that love is a lie, the pointing finger that never tires. For a moment, the sky looks like an argument between storms. Then something changes, the way air changes before a front passes. The dragon is not merely pressed back, he is evicted. There is no longer a place for accusation in that room. He falls, and in his falling, the world hears a sentence it has longed to hear since gardens were young. Now salvation and strength and the kingdom and authority have come. The accuser is thrown down. John hears the rest of that proclamation as if it was sung by people he knows from market days and funerals and weddings, a choir of those who learned courage where it counts. They overcame by the Lamb's poured out life, by the testimony they would not hush, and by the refusal to treat mortality as their master. They did not love their own skins more than they loved truth. That line lands soft and firm both. It is not a demand for recklessness. It is a description of freedom. When your life is kept in larger hands, you stop clutching it so hard that you bruise it. The dragon, humiliated by gravity and angry with a rage that cannot learn, turns his eyes toward earth, toward the woman, toward anyone carrying a song he cannot sing. He spits water like a river, as if flood has ever been an inventive tactic. The current rushes to sweep her off her feet, not by claws and teeth this time, but by overwhelm, the way news can drown, the way chores can drown, the way fear metastasizes into lists that tangle ankles. The woman does not shout, she keeps moving. The earth itself helps her, opening its mouth to swallow the flood. Dirt and stone become allies. Ordinary ground becomes sanctuary. John smiles when he sees it. Creation has always preferred the brave to the bullies. Even now it serves the one who is being made into a mother of hope. Frustrated, the dragon thrashes and chooses the petty power that remains. He makes war on the rest of her children. Those who keep faith like a fire in a clay lamp, and carry witness like bread in their pockets. War looks like 1,000 small sabotages, a sneer that is meant to shame a kindness into silence, a law written to make the poor more tired, a lie shaped to fit a longing. War looks like distraction dressed up as urgency. War looks like the quiet ambition that wants to be admired more than it wants to be good. Yet the children of the woman, scatter of stars, handful of yeast, learn their mother's stride. They keep commandments that teach hands what love does. They keep testimony that teaches mouths how to bless. They do not win arguments so much as they endure in truth until deceit becomes bored. The wilderness does its work. The woman is not wasted by it. She becomes lean in the best sense, shed of what cannot be carried, and full of what always feeds. She finds springs that others had walked past, assuming they were mirages. She learns the paths of birds and the places where shade comes early. Sometimes angel bread appears like frost that forgot to be cold. Sometimes a neighbour who knows another trail shows up with dates and a smile. She braids her hair with calm and remembers songs that her grandmother called out over bread. She teaches those songs to small ones who gather, because the wilderness is full of children who need a mothering word. Promise makes a school in the scrub, and the curriculum is this: your hunger matters, your tears are counted, your steps are known. You are being led even when you are not being told all at once where. Night falls, and she learns the constellation of protection, not only the usual stars, but the quieter lights hidden behind them, the habits that keep fear from building nests, thanksgiving at strange hours, the prayer that is a single word, the refusal to rehearse injuries except to offer them for healing. By day, she hears the dragon's tail whipping the dust somewhere nearby, and chooses not to live at the mercy of its noise. Some mornings, snakes do what snakes do and hiss across the path. She gives them space and remembers that once in the desert, a bronze serpent lifted on a pole taught people to look beyond their panic to a larger mercy. She trains her gaze. Panic learns it cannot boss her. On certain days the sky thins again, and she hears the chorus from above repeat its truth. The accusing voice has been cut off from its podium. It still shouts from the ground, but the gavel it loved has been taken. When she feels shame sidle up with its old script, she quotes the song back at it. I am overcome by a love that bled for me. I am kept by a word I will not silence. I am not a hostage to fear of dying. I am free to live unto God. Shame is a bad listener. It needs repeating. She repeats as often as bread needs kneading. John takes all this in like a man who has sat long at sea and learned how to read waves by sound as much as by sight. He notices that the moon under the woman's feet is still there. That night still serves her. That time still answers to a higher calendar. He sees the way provision arrives, not in bulk, but in daily kindness. How the wilderness is a tutor against hoarding and for trust. He sees that the children of the woman do not organize around weapons, but around tables, around wells, around the kind of stories that remind neighbours who they are. He hears laughter in places he did not expect it. The laughter of people choosing joy on the same day they chose to forgive. The laughter of a mother who finds her child safe after a fright. The laughter of a man who gave back a stolen thing and found his soul lighter for it. The dragon takes his stand on the sand of the sea, as if waiting for someone to build him a bridge or sing him a flattering song. He faces outward and inward both, hungry for any alliance that might numb his humiliation. But even here, at the edge where tides do their patient work, his footprints fill with water and vanish. Pride is poor at permanence. John does not deny the dragon's noise. He does not minimize the harm that noise can do when people train their ears for it. He simply notes that the shore belongs to the ocean's long obedience, and obedience outlasts tantrum. The tide comes in, the tide goes out. The dragon stays angry. The people learn to sleep anyway. Back in the wilderness, the woman practices a habit that will outlive her enemies. She blesses what is small. The little cake that never quite runs out. The jar that refills just after she has given from it. The patch of shade barely large enough for her and 2 children, which somehow covers 4. The day that did not drown her before noon. The hand that reached for hers without being asked. She blesses the God who made room for her in a place that pretends to be empty. She blesses the messengers who arrived in plain clothes and left without being paid. She blesses the path for holding her feet, and the feet for learning not to quit. Blessing is not denial. It is a way to point at truth until truth has enough witnesses to be believed. John listens again for the voice that once said, "Do not be afraid," and hears it threading through every scene like a low river through a valley. It is there when the child is caught up. It is there when the dragon falls. It is there when the flood is swallowed and when the earth becomes an ally. It runs under the song of the overcomers and under the silence that follows their song. He feels it in his bones like a promise you do not argue about anymore, because it has proven itself on too many ordinary Tuesdays. He writes what he sees, not like a man building a monument, but like a man sending a letter to friends who wake at 3 a.m. and stare at ceilings. He writes to tell them the ceiling does not have the last word, nor does the floor that feels unsteady, nor the news that grows its teeth on our fear. A woman clothed in sun still walks her path. The child is kept. The wilderness is prepared. The enemy is thrown down. And the river that meant to sweep you away will become someone else's dry bed. Somewhere far from Patmos, in a courtyard shaded by figs, a grandmother hums while she mends and tells a girl the story of a woman crowned with stars. She leaves out the worst of the dragon's descriptions because the girl already knows what fear looks like. She lingers on the prepared place. She tells the girl how to find water in dry seasons, how to hold a little back to share, how to sing a soft song when someone else's breath is short, how to say the name of God between chop and knead and sweep. The girl listens and stores the lesson like bread wrapped in cloth for tomorrow. Elsewhere, a boy running errands looks up because a swallow has flown close enough to ruffle his hair. He laughs, then stops, then laughs again, and for reasons he cannot explain, he feels braver about the conversation he must have when he gets home. The dragon will still thrash. The city will still have its days when it forgets it is loved. The family will still have to decide whether it will listen to shame or to the song. But the boy has been given a small gift. He believes the earth can help swallow a flood. He goes home by the long street to think. And on the island, as the ocean does what it has done during every empire and every exile, John leans back against his rock and closes his eyes. Behind his eyes, the signs continue to burn with a steady light. He thinks of a woman who is every faithful community, and every mother who ever wrapped a newborn, and every hope that refuses to die when cynicism gets loud. He thinks of a child who is more than a child, and yet was a child all the same, who entered the world the way all of us do, and changed it the way only love can. He thinks of a dragon whose name is every addiction to control, every appetite for applause, every worship of harm. And he notices that even the dragon's failure becomes geography, sand where the tide will keep writing grace. He whispers a blessing over anyone who will read these words later, with the sound of their own breath as accompaniment. May your floods be swallowed. May your desert be prepared. May your small obediences become wings. May your enemies learn boredom. May your children keep the testimony and find it taste like honey. May your nights remember the moon is under your feet. May your mornings find you clothed in whatever light you need to make it to noon. He opens his eyes. The sea inhales. The sea exhales. A gull draws a white line across the blue. Somewhere, unseen, the woman keeps walking, and the world becomes just a little kinder because she does. The dragon, frustrated and panting on the shore, stares at the water as if it might deliver him a solution. The sea answers with its old patience, and out of its depth something climbs that has learned to mimic majesty. It wears crowns the way a child stacks bowls, too many, precarious, loud. Its heads carry names that bend truth into flattery, titles that sound like worship and work like theft. People see the shine before they see the teeth. They hear the roar and mistake volume for virtue. The beast struts in borrowed splendour, dripping with authority it did not earn, and the shore, dazzled for a moment, almost claps. One head bears a wound that looks like an ending, and then the wound closes. The crowd gasps. A recovery becomes an advertisement. It is one of harm's favourite tricks, to be mortally hurt and then to call its own survival a miracle, to present resilience as a reason to kneel. The world admires what it should have grieved. Who is like the beast? The chorus cries out, as if uniqueness were proof of goodness. Who can fight it, they ask, as if power answered only to larger power. John watches with the quiet he learned in chapter after chapter of the soul. He gives the monster a name in his heart, not a specific ruler or a single city, but the old pattern of empire that promises order and purchases it with fear, that builds monuments and starves kitchens, that teaches children to salute before they have learned to share. The beast is given time, not forever, and a microphone, not a mandate. It speaks swelling words that make small people smaller. It slanders anything that will not flatter it back. It tramples borders like a bored general marching toy soldiers across a table. It performs power the way a charlatan performs medicine, loudly, with props. Crowds learn to clap in unison. Markets reorganize their shelves for the new slogans. Even some of the faithful feel tired enough to consider compromise if compromise will let them sleep. Yet the story refuses to let surrender be the only choice. Here is a line written with steadiness so that tired hearts can lean on it. This calls for endurance and faith, not heroics, not violence that pretends to be justice. The unglamorous work of waking each day and choosing not to kneel before noise. As if the first spectacle were not enough, another rises, this one from the soil, not the sea, from land that once felt trustworthy underfoot. It looks gentler, almost like a lamb if you're not listening, but when it speaks the voice is the dragon's, smoothed and trained for public use. It sells the first beast the way a festival sells trinkets, breathing on the old idol until it looks warm, setting up a stage where images can be adored. It is the priest of propaganda, the chaplain of convenience, the marketer of empire's mood. Fire falls in rehearsed wonders. Crowd shots are cut to fit the story. The image is given breath, and the breath is not life. It is momentum, the push of 1,000 mouths, repeating what they were told, until repetition feels like truth. This second beast makes a rule that sounds reasonable to the tired. Worship the image, say the line, play along. It enforces piety by threat and economy by fear, to buy and sell, to trade, to belong, carry a mark that says your hand is for this system, and your head agrees. It is not a tattoo only. It is a training of reflex and imagination. a discipling of what you do and what you think until harm feels normal and love feels naive. The mark is convenient. It smooths the way through checkpoints, opens doors otherwise closed, makes the day easier. Refusing it seems foolish, even rude. Who are you to slow the line? Who are you to question the image when the image feeds you? John, remembering the seal placed gently on the foreheads of those who belong to the Lamb, understands the difference. One mark is a possession, the other is a belonging. One says you are owned, the other says you are known. One demands, the other blesses. He thinks of a mother's hand resting on a child's brow in the night, claiming peace over a fever. He thinks of another hand, clammy and hurried, stamping papers with a date and a number and a threat. The world will always offer both. Wisdom must learn which to receive. The number of the beast is mentioned with a shrug that has become a riddle, a human number, the text says, counted in a way that wise hearts can learn. 6 that tries to be 7 and cannot, repeated until the echo thinks it is a choir. Incompletion stacked on incompletion. Humanity erected as God, and, by that very erection, revealed as not God. John does not pull a face to frighten children. He does not scratch in the dirt like a fortune teller. He writes a sentence the saints can carry in pockets. This will require wisdom, not cleverness, not paranoia. The practiced art of discerning what is really being asked of your hands, what is truly being invited into your mind. He has seen beasts before, on smaller scales, a company that insists its workers belong body and soul, a guild that requires you to swear by idols to keep your family fed, a movement that calls cruelty courage and adores efficiency more than neighbours, a nation that drapes its appetite in flags and hymns, a church that confuses its own comfort with God's favour. The masks change. The pressure feels similar. Just say the line, sign the paper, hold the posture, pretend to believe, and your children will be safe. Empire always bargains with what you love most. Resistance, then, is never abstract. It is personal and particular. It is the choosing of truth over ease in Tuesday's small exchanges. John lifts his eyes from the beasts and looks at the sea again. Its surface glints and then calms, as if to say that monsters rise and fall, but the deep belongs to the one who set its boundary with a kindness as firm as a cliff. He remembers the little scroll that tasted sweet and sat heavy. He remembers the 2 witnesses whose song could not be silenced by spectacle. He remembers the woman in the wilderness, fed without spectacle, and guarded by ground that learned how to swallow floods. He remembers a lamb whose wounds shine, and whose voice is quiet enough to lead hearts accustomed to shouting. He remembers that when the world asks who is like the beast, heaven smiles without sarcasm and replies with a name. There is one who is not beast at all. The first beast blusters, measuring worth by applause and territory by maps. The second beast coaches the applause, projects the maps, edits the footage. Together they build a story where fear is the narrator. The saints build another story with smaller tools. They fix scales so bread weighs what it really weighs. They refuse bribes without announcing it. They keep Sabbath when the world insists on never stopping, and so they remember they are not machines. They teach children to spot lies without teaching them to hate. They make room at tables for those the image ignores. They endure. Endurance is not gritting teeth. It is breathing with a different rhythm until panic loses its tempo. Sometimes refusal costs a job. Sometimes a friend walks away because friendship was built on convenience. Sometimes a family member calls you a fool because you did not secure an easier life by saying the line. John does not romanticize these losses. He names them and lays them beside the sea of glass, where they finally look like offerings rather than waste. He whispers the promise into their shape. Those who keep faith will not be erased. Their names are held where fire does not burn and moth does not eat. Their tears are counted without being turned into merchandise. The beasts hold court daily. Their news cycles are relentless. They will present tomorrow's fear by nightfall if tonight's fear fails to move you. Wisdom learns to turn their volume down. Practice. When you hear the voice that says you will be safe if you worship harm, call that voice by its name and watch it shrink. When you hear the voice that says your neighbour's suffering is the price of your peace, take your peace to a different counter and pay with something else. Your time, your portion, your courage. When a crowd surges toward an image, do not scold the crowd. Look for the soul who looks unsure at the edge and walk with them out of the press. John remembers the night on a lake when a storm practiced beast talk, loud and convincing, and a man too tired to flatter it stood and told the wind to hush. The hush learned its own name again. He remembers that the voice commanded not because it loved commands, but because it loved fishermen more than waves. Authority in heaven protects the small, tends the bruised, gives the hungry bread that is not a photo opportunity. The beasts counterfeit all this, protecting favourites, tending the flattered, giving bread with cameras rolling. When you cannot tell the difference, ask who becomes more human after the miracle. If the answer is only the powerful, walk away. The mark and the seal continue their quiet contest. Some days the mark looks efficient. You will move through lines quickly. Your papers will be stamped without question. Doors will open. The seal, on those days, feels like friction. It slows you down because you will not step on someone who has fallen. It sends you back to the line because you forgot the name of the person you just paid. It stains your hands with flour and oil because you helped prepare a meal for a widow and her downstairs neighbour, and the child who has learned to wait quietly through adults' talk. Efficiency has its place. Love does not let efficiency be the king of places. John notices how the land beast's voice creeps into prayer too. It suggests that God should admire us for our alignment with the right image. It trains the church to love optics. Wisdom declines to be curated. It prefers the long obedience of repentance and repair, the slow heartbeat of justice that counts the cost and pays it, the mercy that visits without posting about the visit. The saints are not immune to flattery. They are trained by it into boredom. When applause loses its charm, the quiet of real work becomes possible. The number returns. Human number. John rolls it on his tongue until the edge dulls and the meaning brightens. Humanity that refuses God, elevated, iterated, exhausted. 6 that cannot rest and so must repeat itself. He has compassion for it. He has compassion for the man who thinks becoming a god will save him from loneliness. He has compassion for the woman told her worth is in her leverage. He has compassion even for the beast wrangler, whose heart has not yet been told it can be loved without show. Compassion does not mean consent. It means your firmness does not need hatred to make it stand. There will be clever schemes to decode and assign and accuse. Wisdom resists the game. It prefers to ask better questions. What in me loves the roar more than the whisper? Where have I confused convenience with blessing? What would I trade for an easier place in the market? And what would that trade make of me? How can I give my hands to work that leaves neighbours more free? How can I guard my mind with a seal of truth when images ask to rent space there for cheap? On the island, wind changes and the ocean writes a new script along the rocks. John copies what the sea teaches. It says, set boundaries. The shore is a mercy. It keeps the deep from eating fields that must grow wheat. It keeps fields from pretending they can command the deep. Boundaries are not meanness. They are love with edges. Name the beast so you can refuse them. Name the image so you can choose not to adore it. Name the mark when it is offered so your hand can stay free and your mind can remain yours. Name the seal so you can lean your brow into blessing when the day asks too much. He thinks of those who will read this centuries from now with headphones in their ears and their thumbs scrolling. He loves them without having seen them. He prays a small prayer into their evening, that their devices would serve them and not own them, that their leagues and teams and tribes would be places of play and not lords to grovel before, that their workplaces would turn profit into provision and not into idols, that their churches would keep their eyes on a lamb and not on a celebrity, that their governments would remember they are temporary, but the poor are eternal. The beasts do not repent, they never do, but the people around them can. The mark does not have to be taken. The image does not have to be believed. The human number can learn its place in a choir that includes angels and children and neighbours and trees. Endurance and faith can learn to dance, to laugh, to sleep through the night without clutching the story by the throat. Wisdom can learn to say no without performing the no, to say yes without buying applause, to live without spectacle. Somewhere inland a small market closes. A woman who refused to cheat on measures of grain counts her coins and finds enough. Not extra, enough. She lights a lamp and blesses the flame. Across a city, a man brings home less than the bribe would have promised, and more than his pride would have allowed. And he sleeps without the nightmare that visited him last month. On a coast not far from John's Island, a fisherman returns with a reasonable catch and shared it with the widow who mends nets. None of these people think themselves heroes. They would not even call it resistance. They are simply unmarked by what would have claimed them, sealed by what has named them, boundaried by love. John rests his back against the rock and listens to the surf. He has written enough for the day. The beasts will still be there tomorrow, puffed and preening, calling for attention they mistake for life. Tomorrow will ask the same thing today asked. A quiet allegiance to the one whose rule heals. He lets the waves keep time until his breath remembers to follow. He lets the stars call him back to smallness, which is not humiliation, but belonging. He thinks of the number again, and then of another one, 7, finished work, Sabbath song, and smiles because completion is promised where incompletion keeps bragging. He closes his eyes. Night does what night does. The beasts pace and plan their morning. Somewhere a child dreams of a table long enough to seat a surprise guest. Somewhere a guard on a wall lifts his eyes and wonders if the dawn will bring trouble or a new kind of quiet. Somewhere a pastor tears up a sermon that sounded more like the second beast and begins again with the lamb. Somewhere a judge writes a fairer law. Somewhere a singer changes one line in a chorus so the poor are included. Somewhere you, whoever you are, decide that your hand and your head belong to love, and you lay them like small offerings on a table where bread will soon steam. The beasts cannot eat that bread. It is baked with another fire. It is shared with another blessing. It tastes on ordinary tongues like freedom. The door of the sanctuary swings wider, and the room discovers new colours. The sea of glass now holds fire braided through it, not dangerous, more like evening sun caught on ripples. Those who would not bend to the beast's easy lies stand along that shore, instruments tucked under their chins, as if they had always known how to play. Their song finds an old melody and a new harmony at once, the rescue from a different sea, the trust made fresh for this hour. Great is what you do, they sing without boasting. Trustworthy is how you rule, they sing without flattery. Who wouldn't want to walk toward this light? They sing without scolding. The notes are clear enough that tired hearts remember the taste of courage. John hears fishermen's rhythms in it, and threshing floor steps, and a grandmother's hum over soup, and the long breath of a watchman who sees dawn coming. 7 messengers step forward, not grim, not careless, solemn the way midwives are solemn when a child is almost here. Each holds a golden bowl, and the bowls shine like mirrors in which the room can see its own face honestly. Another messenger, clothed like the sanctuary itself, offers the bowls from a place near the altar. The bowls are called wrath, but in the way an oncologist names a treatment that burns so the sickness cannot keep spreading. Wrath here is not a mood. It is a medicine calibrated to save what can still be saved. The sanctuary fills with smoke, not the choking kind, the glory kind, the I am here and I'm serious kind, and for a moment no one enters. There are seasons when even the tender must stand back because healing is underway, and interference would only make the patient sicker. The first raises his bowl and tips it toward the earth, and sores bloom where a mark had burrowed. Not on everyone, not on those sealed with the name that blesses. The sores are honest. They tell the skin the truth the heart refused. What we worship marks us, and not everything that feels like belonging is good for the body. People with the old mark try creams and curses. Some rage against mirrors. Some sit down on stoops, and for the first time in years, let shame speak in a language that can be healed. A woman whose hand once trembled over the image now washes her own hands in cool water and whispers a prayer she didn't know she remembered. The pain is not punishment. It is a door that can open. The second tips his bowl into the sea, and the water redens like a wound that has finally decided to tell the truth. Fish float, and harbours hold their breath. The sea is where empires brag. It is also where children learn to skip stones, and sailors learn the names of stars. Now it looks like what war has asked it to swallow for generations. Blood and wreckage, and the arrogance that called it commerce. People stand on cliffs with their mouths open, feeling both their profit and their pretense fail at once. In a cottage by a cove, a woman takes the bucket she used to carry to her neighbour's cistern and walks inland without being asked. Love, too, has a tide. The third pours into rivers and the springs that rise in quiet places. Their sweetness sours. The messenger set over waters, who knows their every song, lifts his voice. You are right, he says, not indignant, simply sane. Those who filled the streams with blood have finally met their own reflection. A voice from the altar answers, the altar that has been catching prayers and tears all this time. Yes, true, not vindictive, true. John shivers. He thinks of how easily our well water tastes like what we pour into our neighbours' cups. He thinks of how quickly a rumour can stain a town. He thinks of the small work of repentance, carrying clean water one bucket at a time, naming the harm, changing the flow. The fourth turns the sun up until it scalds. The light that usually grows figs and freckles now burns a warning into the day. People lift their faces and curse heat instead of asking what the heat is saying. Some who have lived under roofs purchased by flattery look for shade and find none, because flattery does not cast a loyal shadow. Others, field hands, midwives, people who know afternoon, tie cloth around their brows and lead children to a stream still clear under rock. The sun is not anger, it is information. The world feels its own fever. Some reach for mercy like a cup held out to the back door. Some curse the cupbearer and go on parched. The fifth tips his bowl on the throne of the beast. Not on random houses, not on poor men's roofs, on the seat of swagger itself. The kingdom that sold certainty goes dark at noon, screens flicker, slogans lose their verbs, hallways fill with groaning, the kind that comes when a mouth cannot chew lies any longer. They gnaw their tongues and, in a mad logic, scold the light for leaving. They will not turn. Pride clings like burrs. Yet pockets of another kingdom begin to glow. Rooms where candles are already on the table, because dinner is always eaten gratefully, where stories are told without fear, because truth has made them strong. John sees a child lift a taper to another candle and another, patient, delighted to be helpful. The dark does not understand how fast light can travel when it is borrowed. The sixth pours into the great river that has so often been a border between one story and another. The water level drops enough for boots to find mud where water had said no. Kings notice. They text each other. They say now. The way is open, they gather. The air hums with the busy energy of men who think history belongs to them. Out of mouths, of the dragon, of the beast, of the soft-spoken promoter, pop spirits that look like frogs, slick, noisy, ancient, jumping from platform to platform. They do signs. They sell the rally. They hook hearts with the barbed promise that this time conquest will taste like glory. John hears a warning slip into the air, like a parent slipping into a child's room to tuck the sheet tighter. I come like a thief, not to steal, to surprise. Keep your clothes near. Stay awake. Blessed are those who do not live naked, scrambling for coverings at the last second. He imagines readiness not as insomnia, but as intimacy. A garment laid over the chair, a lamp kept trimmed, a heart practiced in not panicking. They converge on a field with a storied name, a bowl-shaped place where many small decisions will have their say. It is not magic geography. It is the plain truth that selfishness always wants a stage and finds one. The frogs croak, the banners unfurl, the speeches swell. Somewhere a young man in a borrowed coat looks down at his hands and thinks of the child he held last week, and wonders if this is an improvement on holding that child. Somewhere a woman packed into a crowd remembers a neighbour who gave her bread last winter and asks a question she cannot yet say aloud. The spirits chatter. The air smells like wet summer. And then, before anyone can rename the field after themselves, the seventh bowl lifts. It is poured into the air, the element everyone shares, the breathy distance between your mouth and mine. The voice from the throne says a sentence that stops arguments. It is finished, not petulant, not exhausted, complete. The word moves outward and inward. Lightning writes on the sky. Thunder answers like a great drum under the earth. The ground heaves like a sleeper rolling from a nightmare into a better dream. A city known for its confidence splits along its secret fault lines. 3 pieces where one bragged it could not be broken. Towns tumble. Islands. John glances toward the water and feels the metaphor shake his own rock. Slip from where they pretended to be permanent. Mountains, which have never tried to impress anyone, move because justice has asked them to let grace have a better view. Hail falls, stones too big to be ignored, and at first people shout at the sky as if the sky had thrown rocks for sport. But then some of them do the quieter math. Houses with porches that kept neighbours apart take the hardest hits. Roofs that have always made room for others hold. The city that had learned to sell people and songs gets its turn in the ledger. Not because God has taste for ruin, but because ruin has had unearned tenure and eviction has finally come. Babylon, whatever and wherever, the trading of souls for gold, the laughing at tears, the dressing of harm in velvet, comes up for remembrance, not nostalgia, accounting. In the street, after the shaking, survivors stand the way people do when a storm honest enough to erase their categories passes. Some curse because cursing is a reflex they are not ready to give up. Others weep because they recognize their own complicity and the relief hurts. Still others go looking for brooms and bandages. A boy pulls a rake out from under a fig tree and starts pulling shingles into piles. An old woman brings out a crate of jars and starts catching clean rain from a skirt she has tied to a broken beam. A mason runs his hand along a split wall and hums to remember the measurements he will need to rebuild. A merchant writes 2 names in the dust and then wipes one away and writes a third, the right one, finally, because judgment has made him brave enough to tell the truth he had kept from himself. John watches the bowls pour and understands why the singers, by the fiery sea, called this praise. It is not adoration of a temper. It is trust that the surgeon's hand will not slip, that the fire will not run beyond its appointed line, that the demolitions are for unsafe structures only, that the tenderness on the other side is real. He remembers the first time he saw the teacher braid cords and clear a temple, how a terror that felt like being seen replaced fear that felt like being hunted. He knows the difference now between holiness that breathes and moralism that suffocates. This is the former. In the pause after thunder stops answering lightning, the sanctuary's smoke thins enough for entry again. The messengers who poured the bowls set their empty gold on the steps, as if setting ladles by a pot after serving. No one is congratulated. No one is scolded. A quiet descends that is not the quiet before another storm, but the quiet after a fever breaks. The mother's ear still cocked for any troubling rattle. The father's hand resting on a small chest, counting the new rhythm. The song by the sea starts again, softer now, like a lullaby for a city still shaking. Great are your works, they sing, meaning not only the works that flash, but the works that mend. On the ground, people begin to choose in the ways that always mattered most. A magistrate meets a widow's eyes and returns a field he took. A baker raises his prices on cakes, but lowers them on bread. A teacher changes the lesson plan and asks children to draw their neighbourhoods as they might be, not just as they are. A shipwright swears off contracts that paint holes with poisons. A singer refuses to sell her voice to an anthem that forgets the poor. No one calls these things bowls, but they flow from the same pitcher. John's own heart is measured by these visions, and he does not mind the measuring. It is like a tailor taking a client's sizes for a suit he did not know he needed. He feels the tape run under his shoulder blades, where he carries a history of fear. Across his chest, where some days pride sits like a small stone. Around his waist, where appetite lives. Down his arms, where work has built good ache. The Lord is not ashamed of the shape of him. The Lord is only intent on making him fit for the wedding he heard about, when the ark appeared, and the sanctuary opened, and the elders sang thank you. He has never wanted flattery more than now, and never needed it less. Along the shore of Patmos, the waves keep repeating their verbs. Reach, withdraw, reach, withdraw. The island has survived more than one empire. It will survive this. John thinks of Babylon and knows it is not only a place on a map, it is any arrangement of life that treats people as tools, beauty as leverage, time as coin, and God as a mascot. Its fall is not instant, because mercy would rather woo than flatten. But bowls pour when wooing fails, and even wrath remembers the goal. Room for a different city to descend, with gates propped open and trees that do not remember how to deny their fruit. He watches the seventh bowl's sentence ripple. It is finished. He tries the words in his mouth. They taste like another afternoon, another hill, another word in the same grammar. That word, too, ended things that needed ending. Shame's jurisdiction, death's contract, the old economy of eye for eye and tear for tear. This word finishes the finishing, applying the earlier mercy to stubborn walls and fevered streams and mouths that can't stop saying the wrong name. He finds himself at peace with the two words together, as if the story has a spine after all. All through the city, after hail has been swept and damage counted, instruments come out, rusty, out of tune, not professional. People sing because the bowls have made room for song to be honest again. They sing about wells they will clean in the morning, and laws they will rewrite in the afternoon, and meals they will share at dusk. They sing because the frogs are finally quiet. They sing because the sun has remembered gentleness. They sing because dark lost its throne. They sing because the mark on their hands has not been stamped by fear, but traced by blessing. And their minds hold a name that does not unname anyone else to be strong. John, who once wanted fire on a village for not welcoming his friends, lets the memory make him smile and blush in the same breath. He is grateful that the fire belongs to someone wiser than he is. He is grateful that bowls are carried by angels and not by men with grudges. He is grateful that judgment has a timetable he does not control and a purpose he can trust. He is grateful that whenever he looks down, he can still see through the sea to the floor of the room, and whenever he looks up, he can still see through trouble to the centre, where someone sits without fidgeting. Night leans in with a breeze that smells like stone, cooled by rain. Lamps are lit in the city and placed in windows as if to teach the stars generosity. A child asks a grandparent to tell the story again, about the sea that turned to blood and the rivers that followed, about the sun that forgot and then remembered kindness, about the throne that went dark and the kings who came, and the field that almost became a monument to their pride. Tell me the part about the word, the child says. Which word? The old one asks, knowing already. The one that finished it. The old one says it softly, and the child says it back, and they both sleep with the taste of it in their mouths, the kind of taste that makes you hungry for better bread. In the sanctuary above, the smoke has cleared enough that John can hear small work beginning again, coals tended, incense measured, lamps trimmed, a broom somewhere, a laugh tucked into whispered prayer. On the island below, he rolls his cloak and makes himself a pillow, and before he closes his eyes, he passes a hand over the next wax tablet and feels in his bones that tomorrow he will have to walk through a city that fell, and a woman they called Babylon, and a choir that will not be silenced, and a wedding that will teach the world to feast without cruelty. For now, he sleeps. The bowls are emptied. The room breathes. The sea glows faintly. The song is not finished, because healing is not finished, and that too is a mercy. It means morning will have something good to do. A messenger comes down, carrying clarity like a lantern. His radiance is not for spectacle. It is so that no one has to guess what is true. His voice lifts over harbours and alleys, over trading floors and kitchens, over palaces and laundries. Fallen, fallen is the great city that taught the world to confuse price with worth. She made nations drink her glitter like strong wine. She sold belonging as a luxury brand and called it culture. Her towers caught the sun each morning, and her shadows fell longest on the poor. She spun music so loud that grief could not be heard at street level. Come out of her, my people, before her debts become your debts, before the mould of her rooms makes a home in your lungs. John feels the sentence like a hand at the small of the back, not shoving, guiding. Come out is not a contemptuous order shouted from safety. It is a rescue line thrown from the deck to anyone treading in the oil-slicked water. The city being named is many cities, 1,000 arrangements of life that put profit at the centre and then bow to it. She smells like cinnamon and asphalt, like myrrh and exhaust. She offers silk to hide bruises and marble to distract from graves. Her shelves carry gold and grain, cattle and perfume, bodies and songs. Yes, even souls wrapped in invoices, sold by the dozen in rooms where people stop using names and use numbers instead. She is a museum of beautiful things detached from love, a marketplace where everything is for sale because nothing is sacred, a theatre where applause is rented by the hour. In his mind, John walks her avenues with the messenger's light in his pocket. He sees what he has seen in other places on smaller scales. Contract ink that never dries because it must be amended each time mercy tries to speak. Doors with peepholes that only look one way. Ledgers balanced by moving the poor to the expense column. Temples with tasteful fountains and locked side rooms. Songs written to sell a season and silence a hunger. Mirrors polished bright enough to blind. He reads the placards under her monuments and hears the footnotes they omit. Cheap hands built this. Tired backs held this. Nameless ones swept this. Prophets rinsed in euphemism paid for this. The messenger does not gloat. He names things so that shame can be separated from repentance, so that those who are ready to leave have a street to walk. The call to come out finds people where they keep their reasons for staying. A seamstress stitching logos into fine linen hears it between the needle's clicks. A banker who learnt to baptize cruelty with spreadsheets hears it in the elevator music. A ship captain hears it in the list of cargo he used to recite without thinking. Gold, silver, precious stones, perfumes, rugs the colour of royalty, hardwood carved into status, ivory that remembers a scream, marble stolen from mountains, spices that once meant welcome, now masking rot, wine aged for the rich, while the poor drink fear, oil that greases the gears of greed, flour imported for galleries while wheat fields at home stand empty, oxen labelled inventory, sheep labelled product, horses registered to names with more consonants than compassion, chariots both literal and modern, and last and obscenely least, people, souls, entered under assets. The list has always ended like a knife slipped back into its sleeve. Today it stays out in the air, shining with accusation until someone has the courage to weep. Kings who once practiced their speeches in mirrors step back from the smoke on the horizon and trade grief for calculation. How far can we stand and still look sympathetic? They weep and tear garments cut to show well. The city that taught them to kneel only to themselves is gone in an hour in which the illusion of permanence failed and the schedule broke open enough for truth to arrive. We thought she would last forever, they say to each other, practicing the line for cameras. We thought her security was our security. The messenger's lantern asks a different question. Who taught you to think a tower can be a home? Who told you greatness means no one can reach you? Merchants, the old friends of ledgers and scented woods, watch their email fill with cancelled orders, and their warehouses turn into mausoleums of unwanted luxury. The market for decadence collapses because the glamour that excused it has burned. They stand far off and rehearse losses in the language they understand. No more shipments of saffron and silk. No more contracts for cinnamon and cassia. No more bonus for the man who knows how to flatter a prince into signing. They do not yet have a word for their real loss. No more business built on people you did not bother to know by name. Shipmasters, those who knew the sea's moods and trusted the stars, line the piers and throw dust into their hair. Their grief is complicated. They loved the ships, the curve of hulls, the creak of rope, the strange comfort of a compass pulled north. They did not love what some of their holds carried. They weep because smoke is ugly on water, and because if the city that bought everything is gone, they will have to learn to bring home something else. Not merely goods, but good. They cry out the line everyone is using, each in their accent, in 1 hour. But the sea that carries their voices wears a calm face. It has seen other cities rise and shine, stand and trade, sing and curse, fall and smoke. It outlasts what thinks it can outlast. Its edges draw in and out as if to say, breathe, learn another tide. A voice from the centre, clean, grieved, glad to be heard, answers that hour with a sentence the city never believed it would have to hear. Your sins stack to heaven, not to impress, but to be remembered in order to be answered. The scales you fix for others now settle on your side of the table. The spells you cast to make harm look holy, clever ads, doctored images, anecdotes told to shame truth back into a corner, have broken. The merchants who were your great ones were great at selling, not at loving, and the poison in their perfumes taught nations to forget neighbours. In you was found the blood of prophets and saints, and of everyone who died because you taught a city how to walk past a bleeding person and keep schedule. In the streets, the music that once drowned kitchen songs grows thin. No more harps to soothe the conscience before sleep. No more flutes to spin cotton candy from cruelty. No more trumpets to announce sales dressed as salvation. No more craftsmen building monuments to investors while tenement stair rails wobble. No more millstones grinding wheat for parties that never set extra places. No more lanterns glowing in upstairs windows for secret deals. No more voices of bride and groom making beauty sound like a performance most could not afford to attend. The silence is not punitive. It is hopeful. Without noise, maybe alleys will hear their first lullabies. Without paid applause, maybe a grandmother's hum will be loud enough to teach the street a new key. A second messenger, broad-shouldered like a mason, picks up a boulder heavy as a millstone used to keep a household fed, and he throws it into the sea. It drops fast, clean, vanishing with a sound that makes gulls startle. This is how your house of cards ends, the gesture says, not in novelty, but in gravity. Not in a clever twist, but in a truth you could have learned from water all along. No more found, no more found, echoes against the cliffs and returns as permission. Make room for something else to be found here. Come out of her, my people. The line is still in the air, more urgent when smoke stings and embers fall. John sees how leaving does not only look like packing a bag. Sometimes it looks like taking off a ring that promised belonging while demanding silence, or quitting a job that paid in applause and eroded the soul, or writing an email that says we will no longer sell this product. It harms those we must love, or walking next door with a loaf to begin an economy worth having. He sees how coming out does not only mean withdrawing, it also means entering a different city already under construction in ordinary neighbourhoods, economies of care, markets that bargain toward fairness rather than exploit skill, music that makes room for sorrow and therefore can carry joy, laws that assume the poor are the measure of a society's success, schools that teach children to measure worth in bread and beauty rather than in numbers of followers. In this city being born, cargo lists change shape. Gold and frankincense return to their old uses, gifts freely given to honour goodness and to perfume wounded places. Cinnamon returns to kitchens that feed those who harvest it. Fine linen covers tables where no one is shamed by their clothes. Marble is left in mountains to keep rivers honest. Music is not ordered by marketing departments, but bubbles up from porches. The new merchants learn to count profit in meals shared and feuds mended. The shipmasters bring home travellers safely and tell stories to the children sitting on the pier about stars that do not lie. The kings, those who learn to stay, kneel to wash feet not to be noticed. To recover their crowns, they must give them away daily. There is still smoke. There are still ruins. There is still a temptation to go back for what can be looted. The call keeps sounding. Come out. Bring your lamps. Bring your recipes. Bring your stubborn willingness to tell the truth. Bring your refusal to build towers that cast long shadows on schoolyards. Bring your hymns that do not require an organ to be holy. Bring your brooms. Bring your ledgers and rewrite them so that names appear where numbers used to perform loneliness. Near the harbour, a child asks her grandmother about the millstone splash. It sounded like thunder, she says. It sounded like the end of something bad. The grandmother nods and shows her how to grind grain with a smaller stone, the kind 2 hands can turn. Listen for this instead, she says. The sound of flour that will soon be bread. In an upstairs room, a tailor opens a box and finds an order for purple garments destined for a room where justice is a prop. He closes the box and writes a letter on a piece of cloth. We will sew for brides and for babies, for labourers and for the old whose hands shake. We will not sew for parades that mock the hungry. He ties the letter to the package and sends it back. John stands on his island and watches the sea fold ash into itself. He thinks of other waters, great and parted once for a people to walk free, bitter once and made sweet by a tree, crossed once by a foot that did not sink because love was near. He feels mercy in this tide too. The refusal to let harm linger without a fight. The insistence that our arrangements of power are not inevitable. The promise that a city can learn to be a neighbourhood again. The messenger's lantern light reaches him even across the channel. It glints like fish schooling just below the surface, like coins losing their greed and becoming currency again, like tears falling into palms that know what to do with them. The lament of kings and merchants and captains becomes, in a few houses, a different music. A baker pulls loaves whose price will not change tomorrow because greed is not baking today. A mother hums an old thrill of hope over a feverish child and does not have to shout to be heard. A judge chooses a smaller office and a truer docket. A street sweeper pauses mid-shift to teach a boy how to hold a broom without hurting his wrists. The boy laughs when he gets it right. Laughter begins to replace the old applause. The voice from the centre does not say stay out. It says come out and come in. Into covenant strong enough to carry weight. Into markets that remember what a scale is for. Into sanctuaries where smoke means presence and not arson. Into streets where songs sound like welcome and not like a sale. It says there is room for your craft and your study and your leadership and your art. Bring them out of bondage. The art will lose its habit of flattery and gain a spine. Leadership will trade posture for service. Study will love the poor. Craft will repair what is bruised instead of polishing what is already bright. In the night, the old city smoulders, but smoke cannot keep the stars away. Someone points. Look, there, the ladle. There, the archer. There, the cluster that looks like a table. A construction crew rises before dawn and cleans the foundation of a building that will not require hearts to be checked at the door. On a different shore, A congregation without a building watches for a house to rent and agrees to spend a little less on banners and a little more on groceries for the week after. When they sing, they choose keys that children can sing too. They pass bread that someone needed while praying for the street outside. John writes the line the messenger brought and lets it write him, "Come out of her, my people." He writes it not as condemnation for those who are late to hear, but as rope for those ready to climb. He writes it because the false city is a mouth that never says enough, and someone must say enough for it. He writes it because the new city is already setting tables in the ruins, and guests need directions. He writes it because he remembers a teacher who overturned tables not to embarrass merchants, but to make space for the lame to draw near, and for kids to play in the precincts of prayer. And because when the dust settled, that teacher still healed. He writes it because judgment without invitation is just a louder version of Babylon, but judgment with invitation becomes a doorway. Near midnight, wind lifts, and the sea writes long, white sentences against the black rocks. The island listens. The man on the rock feels the lantern's warmth through the skin of his chest, and thinks of the next daylight. How it will shine on ruins honest enough to be rebuilt. How it will warm hands brave enough to come out. How it will draw the outline of a city still on its way down. Open gates, clean river, trees generous 12 times a year. He thinks of the false city's last trick, to make people believe that without her there is only emptiness, and he smiles because the shore tells a different story. When the tide pulls back, it is not abandonment. It is making room for the next wave. When Babylon falls, it is not the end of singing. It is the end of paying for songs with blood. He lays down his stylus and listens to the future breathe through the present. Somewhere in the smoking city, a neighbour knocks for the first time. Somewhere a builder refuses a bribe. Somewhere a credit slip is torn in half and a debt forgiven. Somewhere a mother walking out carries her child on her hip and a loaf under her arm and a name that no economy can unname. The messenger's lantern is not needed forever. People begin to carry their own. In the dark, 1,000 small lights move like a constellation deciding to visit the earth. The sea approves with a hush and a hush and a hush. The false city is falling. The true one is learning to stand. The smoke thins over the broken markets, and the air remembers how to hold a song. At first it is only a hum, the sound a mother makes when she stands at the sink and thinks of someone she loves. Then it grows, many throats, many accents, as if rivers were learning to lift their voices together. The word that rises is simple enough to teach a child. Hallelujah. It sounds like water finally getting past a blockage, like breath after a fever breaks. Elders lean forward, as if drawn by a warm window in winter, faces bright the way faces get bright when a longed-for guest steps through the door. The living ones answer, small yes layered over small yes, until the room is sturdy with consent. A voice from the centre invites everyone in earshot, from kitchen to field to watchtower, from the street with the freshest ruins to the house whose roof held in the wind. Praise our God, all you who serve, all you who fear, small and great. The invitation lands on fishermen and judges, on seamstresses and children who carry bread, and their reply becomes weather. Hallelujah, for the Lord our God, the Almighty, reigns. The words do not frighten, they settle. The song turns toward a feast that has been setting itself for ages, while the world learned hunger and unlearned it and learned it again. The wedding is ready, and the bride has made herself ready, not with jewels that clink, but with linen that breathes, clean, bright, woven out of 1,000 quiet obediences no one needed to praise to be worth doing. John sees the cloth the way a weaver sees it, warp and weft holding each other, the good weight of fabric across knees, a garment meant for movement rather than display. The messenger beside him leans close, as if to share a secret, though the sentence is meant for publication. Write this, he says, because some things should be written as well as sung. Blessed are those invited to the marriage supper of the Lamb. These are true words of God. John's knees forget how old they are and fold. The impulse to worship the messenger tumbles out of him like a boy forgetting himself before a kindly teacher who happens to stand in the way of the sun. Hands reach to lift him, gentle, laughing a little for love's sake. Do not do that. I am a servant like you, and like your brothers and sisters who keep this testimony, worship God. The correction restores the room's gravity and gives John back his place inside the choir. He wipes his eyes and keeps his pen ready, because a door is about to be opened, and he has learned how to stand when sky becomes a hinge. Heaven opens, not like a trapdoor, more like a curtain pulled back from a window after a long grey morning. A white horse steps through, strong as a field in spring, and the one who rides bears a name you can lean your entire weight on, faithful and true. His eyes hold the flame that rescues as well as reveals. Many crowns rest on his head, not stacked greedily, but placed as if by many grateful hands. He carries a name no one knows but himself, a secret kept, not to exclude, but to protect the intimacy out of which he rules. His robe is dipped in blood, and John knows now it is not the blood of enemies paraded like a trophy. It is his own, the sign of love that spent itself and did not become thinner by spending. His name, when the room needs a name for speaking, is the word of God. The same word that once called galaxies to attention and turned water into wine and called a dead friend by name, teaching death to open its hands. He does not ride alone. Behind him move those who kept their garments clean by the simple art of telling the truth and doing good, of forgiving and refusing to devour, of holding fast when the wind tried to take the lamp. They ride in linen like the brides, bright because love learned to be itself in them. No one grips a spear. No one boasts. The sword is where it has been all along, in the mouth of the rider. The sharp mercy that divides lies from those who have believed them, that cuts binding cords without cutting the hands they held. He will rule with a rod that will not bend to flattery, firm enough to keep sheep from cliffs, steady enough to lean on in the dark. He treads the press where wrath is wine, where what harms is squeezed until it can no longer ruin, and what can be saved is saved. On his robe, and on the place where a soldier would wear a badge, is written a name bright as noon, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. It reads like a promise to exhausted rulers who have tried to be more than human and failed, and like a warning to powers that fatten themselves on the thinness of others. The title is not a slogan, it is a shelter. To stand under it is to learn rest. To fight against it is to learn that war against mercy is war against breath. A messenger cries to the birds that ride thermals over battlefields and orchards alike. Come, gather for a great supper of God. The sentence sounds grim in the mouths of men who have practiced glory by counting corpses. Here it sounds like the end of predation. The scavengers of the world will be fed not by the poor and the harmless, but by the collapse of predatory thrones. Carrion kings will feed carrion birds. Appetite that learned to feast on the weak will finally become a meal for what cleans the world. John watches the sky fill with wings that refuse flattery. They do their necessary work and then go back to riding sunlight like a prayer. On the plain, kings gather with the beast they mistook for destiny, and with the smooth-tongued promoter of images who taught them to rehearse before mirrors. Their armour catches light the way a lie catches attention at first. They stand in ranks and believe, for one more breath, that noise will win. The beast opens its mouth to begin the old speech about inevitability. The rider answers by speaking, and the speech of truth unweaves the speech of harm like a thread pulled and pulled until the false thing falls in a soft heap at your feet. There is a hush. Capture is the word the story uses, and John sees that it is not the capture men love, full of bruises and spectacle, but the capture of a disease sample sealed in a jar, taken where it can no longer spread, neutralized by a process too careful to be called vengeance. The beast and the prophet of performance are thrown alive into a lake that burns hot enough to consume what consumes. John does not see gleeful faces peering over the rim. He sees the end of a long era of manipulation, the incineration of the machinery that made neighbours into crowds, and crowds into mobs, and mobs into markets. The rest who came for war find their weapons ridiculous in the presence of a word that names them truly. The birds do their work, and no poem is written about it. The poem is for the table that gleams on the far hill, the table set earlier when the choir first said Hallelujah. The bride comes into view the way dawn comes into a city with many windows, catching here, then there, until you realise the whole street has been touched. She is not a single girl from a single house. She is every faithful one, every community that kept love when expedience would have been easier, every small church that remembered the poor, every quiet believer who decided against cruelty in the dark. Her dress is not an erasure of her story. It is the transfiguration of it. Every thread remembers a decision that held. This seam is patience. That hem is forgiveness. The collar is courage that refused to call bitterness wisdom. The sleeves are hospitality that set out one more plate than would have seemed reasonable. She walks as if the ground under her has practiced for this weight. The table stretches longer than new lovers can imagine, and more intimately than old friends dare hope. Cups do not clink to drown conversation. Their sound colours it like light. Bread arrives as if from many ovens at once. There are recipes centuries old, and recipes invented last week by a woman who finally believed there would be guests. Milk tastes like relief. Wine tastes like a promise kept. Children fill and spill and fill again, and no one scolds them into silence because their noise is the right kind. And napkins have always been part of feasting. The host wears scars without sadness. When he breaks the bread, the old afternoon lifts into the room. A hillside with hungry people. A night with friends who didn't know how soon they would need each other. Another morning by a lake with a charcoal fire. And a question about love asked 3 times to heal what had been denied 3 times. Right, the messenger had said. And John writes into this light as fast as he dares. He records the blessing for those invited, and then he stops recording and receives the invitation himself, because no one writes their way to a feast. They sit down. He takes the cup and finds that it has the weight of a life in it. He looks at faces and sees that some he knows by name, and some he knows by ache, and some he will learn over soup. The poor are not at the edge of the room, they are where they prefer to be, in the middle, where the best gossip happens, the gossip that goes, "Did you hear? She got her house back. He told the truth. The law changed. The river runs clear." The rich are here because they consented to become neighbours. Power sits beside powerlessness and calls it brother, calls it sister. And in the calling, both are healed. Beyond the table, the field that almost became a monument to predatory pride becomes grass again. Children will fly kites there tomorrow. A widow will teach a boy how to read under the single oak that did not fall. Dogs will bolt after each other and then collapse with their sides heaving in honest joy. The birds that did hard work earlier will ride wet air and then rest on fence posts with the satisfaction of creatures who obeyed their calling without needing applause. Merchants whose books were heavy with harm start new ledgers with columns titled Gift and Repair, and How Much Bread Do You Need? Judges learn to say I was wrong and let the sentence become part of their robe. Pastors who had been tempted by platforms remember pulpits are good only when they are tables turned on edge, sturdy enough to hold bread. The rider still rides. He does not vanish when the stage goes quiet. Faithful and true judges, which is to say, he makes things right with decisions that become shelters. He rules, which is to say, he shepherds, nudging a flock away from the gully while keeping an eye on the ewes who always wander, patient with his rod in the same hand that can lift a child high enough to see the river. He speaks, and his words continue to be a sword, not because they slash, but because they separate healed tissue from tumour, friend from parasite, truth from the costume truth's enemy wears. When he laughs, the elders laugh. When he weeps, the angels listen, as if the sound were rain on a thirsty field. All day and into the evening, people arrive dusty from leaving their old city, the one that sold songs and people by the same measure. They do not come proud. They come hungry and are met by laughter that means no permission slip is required to be new. Some carry relics that must be questioned. Heavy rings that once bought silence. Uniforms that once purchased impunity. Bracelets that once signalled belonging to a cruelty dressed as family. The host takes each relic and returns either a different thing or a different meaning. A ring becomes a pledge to the poor. A uniform becomes a blanket for the sick. A bracelet becomes a bell that children ring when bread is ready. Some stand outside at first, the way tired people often do, needing to see what this is without being seen too much themselves. There is a man with the odour of old fear who swears he will leave if anyone uses his first name in the wrong tone. A girl with her hair cut by desperation rather than style stands with fists in her sleeves. A matron smooths a dress threadbare in the lap. A messenger, whose face looks like a good neighbour's face, finds them with plates that let warmth travel to fingers, and with eyes that do not take inventory. You can sit where you like. You can leave if you need to. You can rest before you talk. The bread will not ask you to perform to deserve it. At one end of the table rise a few songs that hold grief without letting it drive. They remember the ones who did not live to see this evening. They remember those whose graves were dug in fields rented by sorrow, those whose names were kept only in the memory of God when the papers refused to hold them. The songs do not turn away from absence. They bring absence into presence and let hope sit beside it until both learn a new word for each other. It is then that John understands the robe dipped in blood again. Nothing at this table is cheap. Everything was paid for by a life that refused to buy anything with someone else's soul and refused to be bought by anything that required forgetting the poor. Somewhere behind the singing, a library is being rearranged. Ledgers that once recorded profit at the top and virtue in the footnotes are turned spine out on lower shelves. Testimonies are bound in cloth that will last a century. The stories of small obediences are catalogued under words like foundation and seed. There is a corner for jokes redeemed from cruelty, and another for letters that were never sent, but at last are, and still another for drafts that taught someone how to apologise. The librarian hums and stamps and smiles, and sometimes weeps at her desk without anyone shushing her. Outside, soldiers who rode with kings are learning a different kind of strength. They carry chairs instead of spears, raise tents instead of banners, guard sleep instead of treasure. One of them takes off his boots and discovers the world does not sink without them. Another holds a baby so the mother can finally eat with both hands. A third cleans a public latrine with a thoroughness that makes angels proud. We are not heroes here, one says, and the messenger beside him nods. We are guests who help. Down the road, at a place that had been reserved for speeches, a new sentence is carved. It does not list victories elders once claimed or treaties the young were told to admire. It reads like a blessing on stone, the kind you could learn in a line and carry, the kind you could whisper over someone afraid of sleep, the kind you could speak over your own heart at noon. Blessed are those invited to the marriage supper of the Lamb. Someone adds in smaller letters just below, bring a neighbour. Night stretches its deep cloth across the sky, and the stars show up like the patient friends they are. Lamps are lit, not because darkness is enemy, but because light is generous. The rider's horse drinks from a basin. The bride removes her shoes and laughs the way brides laugh when the reception is almost over. And the best part is just talking in a corner with people who will be family tomorrow as surely as today. Children fall asleep in laps and are carried, slack with trust, to pallets near the wall. Someone sings an old lullaby from a village no one at the table has visited, and everyone suddenly knows. John, who began the vision with salt on his lips and exile under his feet, looks at the table and the field, and the sky, and the rider, and the writing on the robe, and understands with relief that history's centre is not a throne surrounded by fear, but a table surrounded by friends, ruled by a king whose power looks like a towel and a basin, and a word that puts swords back on their pegs. He thinks of the beast and does not tremble. He thinks of Babylon and does not gloat. He thinks of the poor and feels the ache that never quite goes away until every hunger is answered. And he is grateful that the ache is finally allowed to sit down and be fed. The sea answers with its old cadence, as if to say, "This is the rhythm I was born for," the tide that matches the heart of the one who told me where to stop. In houses that did not fall, neighbours roll up extra blankets and pull out extra bowls. In rooms that did fall, friends lay stone on stone and tuck slips of prayers into mortar. A magistrate, whose pen used to be heavier than his conscience, writes a new ordinance about weights and measures, and then signs a larger resolution declaring that a city's greatness will henceforth be measured by the size of its table. And still the rider rides, not away from the world, but through it, into alleys and developments, under overpasses and along terraces, past altars and into offices, teaching mouths how to tell the truth without cruelty, teaching hands how to hold without harm, teaching feet how to stay and how to go. He is faithful and true in the hour you think no one is watching, and in the hour when everyone is, he is word in the ear of the one who thinks she has forgotten her language of prayer. He is king, not because he crushes or because he crowds, but because, when he speaks, the frightened remember how to breathe, and the proud remember how to kneel, and the weary remember where home is. John closes his eyes a moment and sees it again. The robe, the name, the table, the field returned to grass, the birds back to riding thermals, the kings turning into neighbours, the poor turning into hosts, the bride turning circles around the centre who loves her. He opens them, and the waves put their small salt on his cheeks, as if to remind him that all of this must be carried into ink and into time. He takes up the stylus, and though the night is well along, he writes as if morning depends on it, because in a way it does, in the way that morning always depends on a word being spoken kindly into it. He writes with the confidence of someone who has already tasted the bread. He writes with the humility of someone who knows none of it was earned. He writes until his hand aches, and then he writes a little more, because there is a child in Smyrna, and a widow in Thyatira, and a dock worker in Ephesus, and a little congregation in Philadelphia, who will hear the white horse in his lines, and the hallelujah in his pauses, and the invitation in his last period, and they will set one more place at their tables tonight and call it practice. Morning breaks with a softness that feels like forgiveness. The air is clear in a way John has only ever tasted at the top of the island after rain. He looks, and the horizon is not a line anymore. It is a door. A voice as clean as the first breath after grief says what every aching heart has wanted to hear since the first goodbye fell like a stone into the world. I am making all things new. He sees it the way you see someone you've been waiting at the window for. First the hint, then the shape, then the unmistakable nearness. A city descends, not built from ambition up, but given from love down, bright, the way a bride is bright because someone she trusts looked at her and didn't flinch. Its walls hold in their glow every colour the earth has ever given when it wanted to be beautiful on purpose. Jasper that looks like spring caught in stone, sapphire like evening's first star, chalcedony, emerald, sardonyx, sardius, chrysolite, beryl, topaz, chrysoprase, jacinth, amethyst, foundations layered like memory, under a house you never have to leave. Gates stand in every direction, 12 of them, each a single pearl, as if pain itself had decided to become entry. On each gate is the name of a tribe that learned long ago how to be held together by a promise. On each foundation, the name of a friend who once walked dusty roads and now finds his footsteps part of what holds the future steady. The city does not cast a shadow of fear. Gold there is thin as air, not for hoarding, for walking, transparent, honest, the opposite of hiding. Streets look less like corridors and more like paths in a garden that has decided to be a neighbourhood. There is no temple in the middle, because the middle is already full. God is there, and the Lamb, and presence is not behind a curtain, but in the way light fills a room when someone you love opens the door. The sun is not insulted. It retires without resentment. Lamps are not fired for duty. They are lit for delight. Night no longer has to be negotiated with. It is welcomed as rest, not feared as cover for harm. The Lamb is the lamp, and the brightness is a kind that lets faces keep their lines and their stories. From the centre runs a river, clear as kindness, bright as decision. It comes from the throne where the one who never fidgets sits with the Lamb who never leaves, and it moves through the city like a song that knows where it's going. On each side of the water grows a tree whose trunk seems to be as many trunks woven as one, whose branches hardly know what to do with themselves for fruit. 12 harvests, not one. A new ripening each month, as if the calendar had been redeemed into parade. The leaves are not decoration. They are medicine, meant for nations long sick of their own lies. Children pluck them without being shooed. Old men fold them into pockets, as if to soothe old bones. Midwives brew them into tea, and sing while the pot steams. There is no curse there, no sentence that begins, "This is why it has to hurt." No inheritance of bitterness, handed like a family heirloom. The throne is not elevated above reach. It sits at a level where laughter can touch it, and tears can be caught by it. Servants, ordinary people with clean hands, serve not because they are lesser, but because love has learned it likes to be busy. They see his face. The sentence takes its time with John. He lets it sit in his bones. They see his face. A name rests on their brows the way a mother's palm rests on a fever. There, and somehow because it is there, everything changes. They do not flinch from the gaze that makes truth safe. It does not tire them to bear a name. It frees them. John had always loved the sea. Exile taught him both its loneliness and its faithful breath. He notices what the voice meant by new. The water no longer divides. Shores that once waited for boats now walk to meet each other by bridges made of trust. The old ocean's hollowness, the emptiness that echoed when people left and did not return, is replaced by river song through the centre, and by coves that are all welcome. Trade does not require deception to be profitable. Songs do not need spectacle to be sung. The distance between faces is not measured in suspicion anymore. The city's gates stand open not because security forgot its job, but because peace finally learned its strength. An angel with the same patient competence as the one who handed him the little scroll carries a reed like the ones used to measure rooms meant for people. Measure, he says, and John realizes this is not bureaucracy. It is affection. The city is 4 square, steady as a promise that was not made hastily. Length, width, height, held by number the way a heartbeat holds by rhythm. The walls are thick enough to remember how harm used to reach, and thin enough that light leans through them without asking. The measurements are extravagant. The math does not say exclusivity. It says there will be room. There is a district inside this plan for fishermen who still smell like salt and wood, a lane where bakers laugh flour into the air, a library that keeps letters in languages John cannot read yet, and does not need to because meaning is not scarce. He remembers the false city and its perfume of transactions. He remembers how it used to sell songs and people with the same ledger. The new city unlearns that math. Nations walk by the light here, not as flags and feuds, but as flavours, poems in their own languages, carrying bread from their own ovens, dances that teach grief to stop pretending to be the only story. Kings come in and out without explainers, leaving weapons somewhere outside the gates where rust can finally have its way with them, bringing what's best in their people and finding it welcomed, purified, made more itself. Nothing shames anyone at the entrance. Nothing dirty sneaks in to dirty anyone else. Truth lives there in public. What once hid in shadows because it could not defend itself, lives on porches. A messenger wraps all this in a sentence, with that strong warmth John now recognizes as heaven's way with people. These words are faithful and true. As if to make sure hope is not mistaken for wishful thinking, he adds, "The Lord, God of the spirits of the prophets, sent me to show his servants what must soon take place." Soon tastes different here. It does not taste like pressure. It tastes like the ground's readiness after long rain and ploughing. It tastes like bread rising on a windowsill. It tastes like a child's next step when legs have finally learned balance. Blessed are those who wash their robes, the voice adds, and John sees the basin where water never gets murky, and the steeping leaves from that tree, and the hands that want to be clean, without pretending they never grasped what they should not have. The washing is not performance. It is consent. It is allowing truth to be snug against the skin. Those who wash have the right to the tree whose leaves he has loved, and the right to stroll through the open gates like residents who finally have keys they cannot lose. Outside is not a threat. It is simply a boundary. There are dogs there, the kind that bite without being hungry, the shameless harm that used to roam. There are hawkers of half-truths, and the charming violence that learned how to call itself romance. There are the makers of idols of self and nation and appetite. The boundary is mercy. It tells the truth so those outside can hear it as an invitation to come in by the gate rather than climbing the wall with the old tricks. I, Jesus, have sent my messenger to tell you these things for the churches. I am the root and the descendant of David, the bright morning star. The words come like bread and like light you can steer by. Morning star is a promise that night knows when it is over. The Spirit and the bride, breath and community, say come. Whoever hears must let those syllables be contagious. Come, whoever is thirsty, come. Whoever wants life, come and drink without price. John hears the word pass like a cup along a table, from mouth to mouth in a dozen dialects, and he watches the poor and the proud both try to understand what without price means. It means stop bringing ability as your ticket. Bring desire instead. It means stop pretending you are not parched. He feels the old warning lean in as well, the kind that protects Scripture from being turned into a weapon of private control. Do not add to this. Do not cut it to fit your favourite coat. Let it be itself. Let it correct you instead of letting you domesticate it. The warning does not threaten, it preserves. It keeps the water from being flavoured with old bitterness. It keeps the table from being reset into the small circle fear prefers. An angel shows him the bride again, because love likes to be seen twice, once for wonder and once to be sure. He is carried to a high mountain where air tastes like snowmelt, and he watches the city from a distance that lets him see it whole. The way it sits on the land is gentleness itself. It does not sprawl like a conqueror. It rests like a well-built house at the end of a long road you thought would never end. It makes a promise just by being there. You can stop bracing. You can learn where things are and not have them change because of someone's mood. You can let children run without rehearsing speeches about danger every third step. You can plant a vine that will still be on the fence when your hair is white. He listens and hears commerce without cheating, craft without vanity, governance without swagger, worship without stagecraft. He hears the secret click of locks retiring from duty. He hears the quiz of birds learning the acoustics of new squares. He hears a lesson in a school that begins, "Today you will learn your neighbour's name," and another, "Today you will learn to forgive your enemy," and another, "Today you will learn to cook the food your neighbour loves." He hears the sound a broom makes when sweeping only because it likes a clean floor, not because it must erase evidence. He hears the lullaby of a river on stones that are not nervous about flood anymore. He hears courtrooms small enough to know stories, large enough to protect the vulnerable, uncluttered by bribes and by the flattery of powerful men with tired eyes. He watches a woman in a shawl embroidered with her grandmother's patience lift a basket of figs to a sill. He watches a child ask a question that used to make adults change the subject, and an adult answer without lying. He watches a man who once trimmed the truth for pay learn to build with whole boards, the length of his arm measuring generously, his pencil behind his ear for the sweet normalness of it. He watches the nations bring their glory in, a poem that finally found its true ending, a law that learned to be fair, a recipe that tastes like the best day of someone's childhood, an instrument that had been used for spectacle, now used to accompany friends. In a side street, a table is set for a feast small enough to have faces, large enough to have laughter, that rolls up and down the block. Someone breaks bread and says the name he has always said before bread, only now the name feels near enough to answer out loud. The host does answer, at 1,000 tables, in 1,000 tongues, with the same tone he used by lakes and roadsides, gentle, amused, unashamed of joy. There are toasts without boasting, acknowledgements without self-importance, apologies that do not perform, gratitude that ends in dishwater, and stacked chairs because joy always offers to clean up. John looks back at the river and sees someone kneeling at its edge. They scoop water with both hands and drink like a person who has remembered thirst after years of trying to forget it. The water does not disappoint. It tastes like mornings that did not have to be survived, like afternoons you never feared would be interrupted by news you were not ready for, like nights that trusted sleep. The drinker laughs and cries at the same time. and then begins to help strangers fill pails. No one hoards. The river will not run out. He notices a small gate low in the wall, not because it is secret, but because it is humble. A boy sits there, feeding a stray dog bits of bread. The dog has learnt the city's rules faster than the boy, and sits without begging, tail thumping, gaze steady. Through the gate, low hills remember wildflowers. Paths wander out to gardens and orchards planted where fences used to argue. Pilgrims go and come, and the coming back is always a little faster because someone in the city will be waiting at a window with a lamp at the hour of their return. The one on the throne speaks again, and the sound is both thunder and the whisper that keeps you from falling apart. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give from the spring of the water of life without payment. The one who conquers will inherit this, and I will be their God, and they will be my child. The word conquer has been changed by everything John has seen. It no longer smells like boots and banners. It smells like steadfastness, like refusing to sell your neighbour for safety, like washing your robe when it gets dirty instead of pretending it was never stained. He remembers faces that will hear these words. A widow in Thyatira who learned to pass bread down a line without counting what she kept. A dock worker in Ephesus whose hands finally stopped trembling the day he decided not to lie. A child in Sardis who dreamed his name spoken in the only court that matters and woke smiling. A small church in Philadelphia that will hear open door and think, of course, because they have kept one without lock for years. He writes with them in the margin of his heart, and he writes with the strangers he will never meet in cities whose names he cannot guess. And he writes with his hands warmed by a future that is already reaching back. He feels the old world put a hand on his sleeve as if to say, don't go without saying goodbye. He turns and sees it not as an enemy, but as a house well lived in that cannot host what must come next. He thanks it for its figs and its hard lessons, its goals and its markets, its friendships made on benches, its prayers mouthed into scarves in winter. He does not pretend it did not wound him. He simply lets the new thing bless the old with meaning. The wounds shine a little when he does. He hears one last line, personal and public both. The way a father's note can be pinned to a whole city's door and still feel like it was written in your handwriting. Surely I'm coming soon. John doesn't argue timing. He answers like the friend who knows a footfall on the steps. Amen. Come. The word amen tastes like bread crust. The word come tastes like ripe fruit. While he waits, he writes as people cook and plant and forgive and sing and sweep and legislate and repair and rest. Waiting here is trust turned into tasks. He looks once more at the city, and the city looks back without condescension. It does not beckon him to escape. It invites him to begin where he is. Its open gates are not an end. They are a policy. He puts down the stylus long enough to let tears, old, patient, find their way to his mouth. They are not bitter. They are the last of a certain kind. A hand he cannot see, and does not need to see, wipes them with a care that asks for the story behind each, and then quietly makes room for laughter. Night falls on Patmos, and the stars practice how they will shine over streets that are learning generosity. The sea keeps breathing the long prayer it has always prayed. Somewhere, A neighbour knocks on another neighbour's door with a loaf and the line they both love now, because it is invitation without manipulation. Come. Somewhere, someone who has done harm writes a letter and delivers it in person and accepts the hard grace of being forgiven and the harder grace of changing. Somewhere, a child memorizes the sentence about leaves that heal nations and draws them on a wall in crayon. John stretches his back against the rock and closes his eyes. The city does not vanish when he does. It holds in his mind with the stability of a name written on skin. He sees the river threading through it, the tree lifting its quiet green, the light that does not lecture, the gates that do not scold, the tables that do not shame, the faces that do not fear being known. He hears the voice promising, and he learns to let promise be part of breath. He sleeps. Morning will come, as it always has, but this time it comes with a certainty he can lean on. The story is not heading toward ruin. It is heading toward a house that has been ready longer than we have known, where God lives with people, and people remember how to live with God, and the last tear knows it can be the last.